Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow.
I don't
What's
want
up,
no
guys?
more.
I know, right? Hey, what's going on? This is episode number 73 of the Dragon's Den podcast here, live on YouTube and, of course, on Rumble and some of our Facebook pages and X accounts and things like that. So you can check that out with all those links there for sure. But yeah, we've had like, 3 inches of snow here? I know it's not a whole lot, all things considered, but it's enough. And we're supposed to get 3 to 5
Yeah,
more inches tomorrow. So we're kind of snowed out
mhm,
already, to be quite honest with
we're
you.
done.
Yeah, we're done. I don't mind a little snow on Christmas Day sometimes, just kinda give it that little,
Yeah.
get in the mood, but,
Well, this
um
snow isn't even fun. It's too wet to do anything with.
Yeah,
mhm.
this
The
isn't even
kids, like,
like
I'd have to tell the kids, no, you cannot go play out in it because they'd be soaked.
Yeah.
It's
yeah,
too cold
this
playing
isn't
it
even
anyway.
like
It's
the
gonna be like
fun.
-50 tomorrow.
Mm. Yeah.
or
Good day to stay under the covers, watching some TV or something, a little hot cocoa.
Yeah,
or go to work,
Yeah, yeah.
because I suck
I
and
I feel I feel so bad for you in that case because man, that's gonna be
uh,
cold. I'm sorry. But anyway, my
we're
name's Eric
good.
Hopkins, aka Joe. Welcome to the show. Got Sir Swibington the third, Brandon on the top right, and of course Miranda Nicole on the bottom. No Matthew tonight, I don't believe, but we might get a little bit of a faceless dragon later on over there. Maybe we'll have to wait and see. But if not, the OG3 here will just kind of carry the show tonight. Got a lot of stuff to talk about. Hey, right on cue here. Here comes the faceless dragon. Here's Aaron. So what's up, man? Good to have you on the show as always. But yeah, we got a lot of stuff to talk about. Some pro wrestling. We obviously got some movie news, a couple movie trailers I want to go over tonight, as well as some rapid fire and of course sports and a little news and politics, as always, as we like to round out the show each and every single week here. We got one more show probably next Friday night that will be off for the Christmas week there and probably come back around the first Friday in January. So that's kind of the plan, as long as everybody's cool with that. Yeah, so we'll have a couple more weeks here and then we'll go celebrate the Christmas holiday. You guys got anything special planned for Christmas or just kind of normal stuff with the kids and things like that? Yeah.
no, not that I can think of. I think it's just normal Christmas stuff. But I mean, we Miranda has really wanted to kind of establish our own kind of Christmas traditions and stuff too. So like some normal Christmas shit, but like me, like I love to cook, but I hate doing
Mhm.
things traditionally. Like I hate the fact that like Thanksgiving you have to have this, and this. Like Christmas is this, and this. Like I always want to do something different. So like this Christmas, I think we're making pizzas.
Ooh,
Uh,
nice.
so like homemade pizzas for Christmas. So like, and I'm like, it's just more fun that way.
Make up your own pie, you know.
Hmm.
Always a good way to doing it. I'm on to my dad's, my stepmom probably end up cooking all sorts of cookies and stuff. I know that for sure,
Yeah,
which
we
I always
can't have
love. Don't get me
cookies
wrong.
making.
I like it, but my
Mhm.
waistline don't for sure. But that thing said bye bye years ago. But anyway, so whatever. But yeah. So we got Mike in the chat already. Hey, what's up, man? He said Matt out earning money for fantasy football next year. Maybe putting that at double overtime for sure. You got to make up for paying for the champion next year because he ended up being last place in our fantasy football league. So that is the punishment, as it were.
Thank God it's not me.
Yeah, last year was poor
Yes,
Brandon.
I second that.
But yeah, no, he said something about going Christmas shopping with the wife. I think they're going to go out to eat and stuff. So it's probably going to be a special night there for them. So that's all good. I'm glad
Probably
you got
should cut back on the going out to eat because he's got to pay $60 next year.
exactly. I hear you. Yeah, I understand. And that's the thing, man. It'll drain your bank account anyway. Let's be honest with you. I do my fair
Mhm.
share of it, but at the same time, it's like, man, if I just stop that, I'd probably save a decent amount of money. I'm not gonna lie to you. So I don't know if anybody else eats out
I mean, we
much,
all
but
fucking could, yeah. Like eating
If
out
we
is
go
so
out as a
fucking
family, it costs like $100 every time.
oh yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
So
3
I try
kids.
not to.
Oof.
And they don't get kids meals. Like Jaden
Mm-mm.
has been getting adult meals for the last 10 years, I swear.
Mm.
Like,
Mhm.
That's why he's so tall.
yeah.
Dude,
Yeah.
I don't know where these kids put it, especially Jackson. Jackson eats like a grown man. And it's like, where is it going? Well, I know where it's going. It's going to his fucking height. We were in the kitchen the other day, and I just had him stand there and like stood beside me, and his fucking head's like right here. And then he stood beside Miranda. He's damn near the same size as her. He is almost the same size as Deb. And I'm like, what the fuck is happening to my life right now?
And them growth spurts, man, they creep up
Dude,
on you. I
Yeah.
mean,
yeah.
next thing you know, they're older and taller. Well, not older, but taller than
Yeah,
you for sure.
you see Jaden.
Yeah,
Like,
Jaden's already taller than
you
you.
remember Jaden when we first got here? How he was like short, brother. Yeah.
Yeah, comes up on you quick. My nephew is about as tall as well, maybe not quite as tall, but he's getting there for sure. And he just turned 16. So yeah, that's scary. So stay off the roads if you're in Iowa, just so you know. It's a little dangerous right now, you know.
Yeah, next spring, Jaden's gonna be. I think.
Yeah.
We'll see
Yeah.
how he
He's
feels by
expressed
then.
that he would like to drive and get out more.
I couldn't
Jackson
wait to
wants-
get my first car and get my own license and everything. You know?
Oh, that's because we were busy though. We were trying to do shit. We
Yeah.
were trying to get out.
Yeah.
Jaden's
more of a
like,
homebody.
yeah, he just
lot of
wants
kids
to be able
are.
to go get some snacks and stuff.
Yeah.
Not really.
Only reason.
I ain't want to need to wait on mom and dad. I'm gonna go get my own chips.
Yeah.
Soda, my video gaming food. You know what I mean? Like Mountain Dew fuel. You know what I mean? So yeah, I totally understand. I've been there. Shoot, I still do the video game and stuff. Maybe not as much, but yeah, I remember those days getting like ordering a pizza, get you some soda, and you're just ready to rock for about 4 or 5 hours. You know what I mean?
Yeah, LAN parties was like everybody would bring their consoles over to one person's house, and you'd all hook them up to their fucking dial-up internet because that's what it was back then. And like Little Caesars, Bigfoot pizzas, Mountain Dew, Dr. Pepper. That was it. Like y'all was set for a whole night of gaming. Hell, even when I used to play D&D, we used to get together at the neighbor's house or whoever's house and have your character sheets and all that shit, and then pizza. And for hours, that's all you guys did. Like, good times.
Like Sheldon Cooper once put it on The Big Bang Theory. My favorite food: a circular piece of food cut into triangles in a square box. You know, who knew? Pizza's amazing. Whoever come up with that concept was millionaire, man, billionaire.
The Italians.
Well, yeah, well, whatever. I couldn't tell. I don't know if there's like a single person or what, but yeah, anyway.
I don't know.
I don't know about that.
Who was the first person that came? I
Aaron,
had this conversation with Aaron.
You gotta look it up on the fly.
I got
Who
it.
invented pizza?
Who invented pizza?
Pizza. All right, pizza for no single person invented pizza, but Raphael Esposito, a baker in Naples, Italy, is credited for creating the first modern pizza in 1889. Interesting.
What was that like? Like, how do you sell people on this? It's dough with tomato sauce and just cheese. That's probably the first fucking pizza. Like,
they said the first pizza featured tomatoes, mozzarella, and basil to match the Italian flag's colors.
Huh.
Interesting. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. The more you know.
Yeah.
And knowing is half the battle. Ba-da-ba-ba.
Okay. All right.
So yeah. Mike said in the chat, the Dragon's Den, scandal free for at least 72 episodes. Let's see how 73 goes. What are you trying to say? Like somebody does
that mean? Are you saying we need a scandal? Because I can start a rumor. No issues there.
It doesn't need to be true. Apparently on the internet. Say whatever the hell you want.
Brandon, what is said in the car stays in the car.
Yeah, you know what? From what I understand from
Brandon,
you leave it there.
Good. What is said in the bedroom stays in the bedroom.
Listen, I know things. All right.
Yeah. I was just about to say, it sounds like Brandon knows too much.
Aaron, we better stop talking.
Hey, listen, that D&D group chat gets out of pocket sometimes. Eric has woken up to a lot of conversation.
Yeah. I've threatened to leave these chats so many times, but then I just stuck with them.
Yeah, I woke up that one morning, I go, what did I wake up to? It was like, 10 pages of like weirdness. I'm like, weird stuff. And I'm like, okay, I'm going back to bed now. Yeah, that morning was something. I just skimmed it. I didn't read it, all of it, because it freaked me out.
Dude, it was wild.
What happens is the midnight shift's conversations carry over, and then Brandon has to tell me about them in the morning, so I know everybody's business, especially Shaitan. So that's where that comes.
Yeah, one of our work buddies for sure.
Hey,
Mike said the
chat crazy.
Mike said,
Oh.
yeah. Mike said it's a Michigan
Yeah.
reference for the head coach who was, which
Mm.
I did not add it to the sports section because, to be quite honest, I didn't know a whole lot about it. So you want to just kind of talk about it real quick? Like, you guys
Yeah,
know
that's
anything
fine.
more about it than me? Go ahead, because I
Yeah.
don't remember. I heard he got like he was involved with like an ex-girlfriend or a girlfriend when he's married, and
So what
he got
happened was
fired for something.
He got fired because they found out that he broke their code of conduct. He was having a relationship with a staff member or something like that. Turns out he was stalking this fucking bitch. Went to her house because he was going to kill her and himself in this weird murder-suicide. Mind you, he's a married man with children. And so that's why he got arrested, and that's why he's now in jail. But it all escalated within like
that's also why he got
48
fired.
hours of it all coming out.
Wow.
And yeah. So me and Miranda were talking about this too, and she was like, and she said the same thing I said. If you're not happy in our relationship, our marriage, tell me.
Just
please.
say it.
Like,
it's so much easier
because of the cascade of shit that happens. If he would have just left his marriage, or if one of them left this situation, and you know what I mean, like
it's the kiss cam all over again.
Yeah,
yeah,
that's what I thought. Yeah.
It's like.
Do you think a lot of times people just don't come out and say it because they're afraid like it won't work out, so they got something to fall back on if they don't tell their current
and
partner?
I'm gonna be honest with you. When Brandon and I first met, we both were involved with things.
Mm-hmm.
But we broke it off. We told them, we were honest.
Good.
We broke it off.
Yeah. Like,
I mean, I know one of them was kind of confused about it, but you know.
Well, they both were, but they eventually got it.
Mm-hmm. But like,
or are you talking about Brandon?
Yeah, that was a.
Oh yeah, Brandon's relationship.
Yeah.
Next on
so
Dr.
like,
Phil.
but like I like, but again, leaving. To answer your question, Eric, I think that's what it is. It's a lot of. For a lot of people, it's a power play, right? It's I can have my cake and eat it too type situation. You know what I mean? Like, I can do this because as long as it's happening and nobody knows, it's fun. The reason why it's because it's like it's wrong, right? So it's an adrenaline rush. People do things. It's the same thing when you run that red light or you're speeding and you don't get caught. You know what I mean? It's that adrenaline rush.
And
that's what this is.
We'll bring up another scandal real quick. the whole Democrat and Republican Party, apparently they're all a bunch of swingers. Cool, fine, whatever you guys do, you're adults.
That tracks.
But when you involve minors, that's a no-no.
Mm-hmm.
But then make sure if you're going to be out there preaching, don't have these skeletons in your closet for people to find. Like,
yeah. I mean, that's what it is. A lot of people too. They, like I said, think about all the preachers and the pastors who have gotten caught up in these sex scandals and stuff like that because it's wrong, and they sit on this pillar of righteousness, preaching to you about not doing wrong.
And not only that, when you have the position of like preacher or pastor, you're held to a higher standard because of that, because you should be, you know. But yeah, a lot of time, and nobody's perfect, of course. But at the same time, if you're going to be in that position, you really need to dot your I's and cross your T's. Otherwise, you just come off as a hypocrite.
Crazy. But but again, in the last couple of years, we've seen so many of these scandals. Think about the ones that rocked ESPN with some of their people. Like, and a lot of these people are married, in relationships, have children. Like, if you're not happy in one aspect, me and Aaron talk about this a lot too. The key to a successful relationship is always going to be communication. If you cannot communicate with that person, there is no point. Then leave. Like, if you're not meeting my needs or I'm not meeting yours, I'd rather you tell me than you go behind my back and do some shit. You know what I'm saying?
Eric, can you just ban Mike for the night?
That's what I was laughing about because I saw his comment. He said, Brandon and Miranda, if you were swingers, who would you swing with? Matt and his wife or Aaron and his?
I'm done talking to you.
I'm so glad I'm not in this conversation. This is all you.
That's on God. That's on God.
Maybe it's you and your wife, Mike.
Whoa. Hold the phone.
I don't know. They might have a preference. Maybe they like.
Maybe it's Eric in his left hand.
All right, now why do we have to bring me into this? Like, I was fine sitting on the sideline. You had to come in here with your little faceless eagle, and you had to stir up some stuff. Like,
you're more of a watcher than a participant. Is that what you're saying?
Everybody had to catch strays. That's all I'm saying.
See, this is what happens when we don't stick on topic and we get veer off. You get out of control.
You're more of a guy who sits in the corner. Is that it? You just sit in the corner of your chair.
You know what? Out of the group, I'm gonna say Ty's probably the most experienced.
Yeah, him and his alligator.
Yeah.
Does he wear Crocs at the same time? Did he be on Brett Favre level? You know what I mean? It'd be a little weird, but
oh my.
Anywho, all right, but Brandon could be the big spoon according to Mike. But yeah,
that's crazy.
This might be best for all of us if we just move forward.
Yeah, we're not
kind of get back
this.
on.
Yeah, I think so.
It's not even Dragon's Den After Dark yet. It's not
First
even
of all,
no.
Who here has been invited to swinger parties?
Who
I
has?
have.
I said, who has?
Not me.
You have.
Shut up, Aaron. Again, what happens in the car stays in the car. Why would you throw that out there?
You told me that at work.
Same deal, man.
Oh.
No,
sorry.
see, everybody at work could probably know then, so it eventually get back to me, and I don't want to have to live with it. And
first of all, there's nobody at work. That's crazy. Like nobody at work.
No, he told the story to me at work.
He had JR believing that we were swingers.
I do remember that. That was funny.
It did. Not only that we were swingers,
no, it
but I
wasn't.
got another woman pregnant.
Well, funny for me.
Yeah, Andy got another woman pregnant. Like JR was ready to kill him.
Dude, it's one thing I learned about Brandon. So you got to like every time if he comes at you with something off the wall, you got to be a little sus.
You better go check references.
Is he telling it or is he making stuff up? Because
something really weird and bad's gonna happen one day. Nobody's gonna believe him.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, you're gonna cry wolf one too many times.
I know.
Anyway. All right, well, let's get the show on the road here.
The thing is sad on one aspect of it because it could have, it was on its way to going really bad. Like, I'm glad it got stopped before it got to that point. But again, if I could give anybody any advice in a relationship whatsoever, is communicate with your partner. If you're unhappy in certain situations, fucking communicate that. If things can't change or you're unwilling to change or they're unwilling, whatever the case may be, walk away. Divorce is cheaper than this, because now it's way more. You know what I mean?
Like paid with your life. I think 9 years is what he's facing, but his life will never be the same.
You know what? I'm with Miranda on this one. We got to ban Mike from the chat. I thought Eric's significant other was the right and the left was the stranger.
Damn.
We may have to just completely block you or at least put you in timeout.
Hey,
because
Aaron, you remember that sock conversation?
It's like,
oh no.
I guess so.
Never mind. That's for a later time.
But I will say, speaking just from experience from someone who's, I feel like at least one time in my life where I got to kind of screwed by the girl who didn't want to say anything. It's like, you know what? If you don't want to be, like I said, I would rather you just come up and tell me, hey, it's just not working out. Let's move on. Instead of me just, getting to a point where, oh yeah, you're now dating someone else and you didn't tell me, that sort of thing. I would rather you just be upfront. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think that's what anybody wants. And again, we've had this conversation, and because it's a healthy relationship to have these kind of conversations. If you're not happy and I can't fix it, I would rather you tell me and then you still be happy. Because my ultimate goal for you is to be happy, especially if I love you. Regardless of whether I'm the one making you happy or not, I'd rather see you happy elsewhere without me than miserable with me and then going behind my back to make yourself happy.
Or just being ghosted. I've had that happen before. They just randomly stop talking. Just tell me, okay, just say it. I'm gonna get there eventually. Just say it. You know what I mean? But anyway, I don't know. But yeah. Anyway, like I said, Dr. Phil episode here for sure. This is group therapy. It's good for all of us.
But that shit is crazy to do that though. Like, you have a family, you have children. and to not take any of that in consideration and just go do this shit. Now it's like, not only is their lives ruined, but they're publicly embarrassed too because you dragged them in the middle of this.
Yeah.
It's wild.
Yeah, and Mike seconds our thoughts on that as well, for sure. I mean, it's just common sense. Like, just be a decent human being. Just say something.
Yeah, and when we hold people at a certain level to a certain level, like he's a coach. You have young men coming in there, and Pat was talking about it. You are a role model for thousands of people. What the fuck are you doing?
Yeah.
Like,
well, and it's not necessarily a pastor or a preacher, but you're a head coach. You should be held to a little bit of a higher standard because you are teaching younger children.
It goes for the same. Did you guys hear about the football team down in Florida that I think it was a high school team? They stole thousands of dollars worth of merchandise from a Dick's while they were down there for a game. And the coach was like, they were begging the police not to press charges.
Oh, wow.
That is how you breed career criminals.
Yeah.
They need to be held accountable for their actions. Like, I just don't get it.
Yeah, responsible adults create irresponsible adults create irresponsible kids, and that's what I'm trying to say. But anyway, so it starts at the top as it is. You know what I mean? You got to carry it down.
Because as a head coach, you are a role model, and in some aspects, you're a father figure to some of these young men.
Yeah.
So like
some who don't have father figures.
Yeah. So your actions create a reaction out of these guys, and like, this is a major scandal. And then for it to escalate the way it did with your actions further, it's like some of these guys may have looked up to you in a way that your own kids look up to you. And now it's like, man, it's just shitty. It really is. It really is.
Yeah, I agree. I'm glad someone mentioned it because like I said, I forgot to put it in or didn't put it in because I didn't know enough about it. So I'm glad we at least addressed it because it's kind of a big story, no doubt about it. So, all right, well, let's get into the topics at hand as we got some stuff ready to talk about here in the world of pro wrestling and all this other good stuff. So let's jump right into it. Here we go. All right, a couple things I wanted to talk about in the world of pro wrestling. Of course, so we got a big match coming up on Saturday night, tomorrow night. But before we get into John Cena's final farewell match, I thought we'd talk a little bit about LA Knight, as a matter of fact. The internet right now is upset about the creative booking of LA Knight as of late. Many losses over the past few months, including at Money in the Bank, a battle royal that he lost to Jey Uso. He was kept out of the Survivor Series War Games match despite feuding with Division during this time. And while he got a couple of wins in the last time as now tournament, that ended for LA Knight as he tapped out to Gunther in the finals just last Friday night, as a matter of fact, a week ago. But LA Knight also back in October held up a fan sign that said, "We want LA Knight, not Jey Uso," in front of the camera. This also fueled speculation from the fan base that LA Knight may have heat with creative over this action here. And now this leads to last Monday night on Raw, losing to Logan Paul in the main event of the show. Logan Paul won with assistance from the mystery black hooded masked man who attacked LA Knight with a curb stomp, which led to Logan Paul hitting a frog splash. And after the match was over, being laid out by multiple assailants, including Braun Breaker hitting him with a spear and a tsunami from Bronson Reed in the ring. And the Vision then went even further, beating LA Knight up backstage, putting him through a table, but LA Knight, through a valiant effort, just would not stay down. So the Vision's Bronson Reed hit yet another tsunami, this time on top of a car in the parking lot, as LA Knight was put in an ambulance to end Monday Night Raw this last week. It was definitely a beatdown, to say the least. And a lot of people were like, he's being completely buried over the last few months here, and especially the way they Monday Night Raw. Now, reports state that LA Knight has multiple years left on his current WWE contract. So this isn't just like an angle for him to leave the company for an end of a contract type situation. So this has all led to many online speculating that he's being buried. It's some sort of punishment or just really bad booking by Triple H and a creative. However, I want to present another theory here as to what I believe could be going on. Number one, we need to remember LA Knight is in the main event picture. Let's not forget that. So I'm not so certain this is a burial, as a lot of people online want to say. Not to mention, number 2, if WWE does the right thing here, this could actually be used to elevate LA Knight, not bury him. And that may be their creative plan all along, following the exit of John Cena tomorrow night on Saturday Night's Main Event. WWE will need top baby faces moving forward. And this is how you build them, internet dweebs. You know how, LA Knight, if you keep him on television for a month and a half for an injury angle to sell that tsunami, fans for the next month is then going to be chanting, "We want Knight, or LA Knight," over and over and over again. And then you have him return in the Royal Rumble, and you could even have him eliminate Vision members and win the Royal Rumble match, which in my opinion would be money. But now, if they don't use his absence to make the heart grow fonder, as it were, even bringing him back in a week or two, which I think would be a major mistake, don't follow this up with a major win or even push him after this extended absence, then you guys have an argument about he's being buried. But right now, WWE could be gearing him up to be given a major push heading into WrestleMania. What do you think? I'm not sure he's going to necessarily win the Royal Rumble, but I think he's definitely going to come back to the Rumble, make a splash, and hopefully start to build back on this push coming off of that. What do you
I think so too. I think the Seth Rollins thing with Seth getting hurt kind of derailed whatever they were doing with him. But I feel like now with the direction that they're going with the Vision, and like Seth is seemingly, Seth is out of the Vision. Like, I think them beating him, the man kept getting up, right? They kept stomping him out. He kept getting up. He put up a hell of a fight, and it took how many tsunamis and then another one on a car to finally get him carted off. Yeah, I think he will become one of the biggest baby faces when he comes back. And you're right. I think 2 weeks is too short.
Yes, I think so. Definitely.
Him showing up in a Rumble, him winning would be great too, but him doing exactly that, having enough to where he tosses out your Bronze or your Bronsons or
Logan Paul for sure.
Logan Paul for sure. Like, I think we just give this a little more time. But you're right. If they don't do anything with it, then it's a loss. Like, then you have a valid argument here. But I don't think that is the case with him. I think this is the avenue that they're going to take. I think we just need to sit back and watch and see. Like, I get that people have their favorites and they don't ever want that person to fucking lose anything. And the moment they do, it's career over. Like,
and this did look bad on Monday Night Raw. I mean, he got destroyed for sure. But I mean, how many times have we seen like Stone Cold Steve Austin or The Rock have similar situations? Now, they may not have been off television this long or whatever, but and to be fair, LA Knight did have a few wins during the last time is now tournament, like against, what was it? Was it Zack Ryder? And I think he beat The Miz or something like that. So he had some wins, but yeah, coming off of that and then, to lose to Gunther and tapping out of all things definitely didn't make it feel any better to most fans. So I understand the frustration, but I think as of right now, everybody just needs to chill, wait and see what they end up doing with him. And if, like I said, if he ends up not getting that push after this absence or whatever, how long he's out, I think then we got a reason to be concerned. But and I understand, like I said, the losses he's been taking in the last 6 months or so, they've really not booked him the greatest. So I'll give you that credit. But I just feel like we just need to wait and see what ends up happening. And then, like I said, if they don't do anything big with him going into WrestleMania, then we got a bigger problem. I really do. So we'll have to wait and see how it goes. But yeah, that's my take on it. And I think Brandon, it seems like he agrees. I don't know if Miranda or Aaron's got any other thoughts on it. I don't know. But so we'll move forward, I guess. But anyway, if you do, let me know. So yeah. Also on Monday Night Raw, we got Jey Uso coming out with Jimmy Uso. And Jimmy Uso basically said, I talked to my big brother after he was crashing out after him also losing a lot of matches here. And Jimmy Uso said that he saw that Jey was struggling and he wanted to help him out. So Jey Uso announced that he is now back in the tag team division. So as of right now, main event Jey Uso as a singles competitor is now over. But hold up, fans, just like y'all are jumping on, going nuts and losing your minds over the fact that LA Knight might be getting buried. A lot of people may be jumping the gun a little bit here about Jey Uso no longer being a singles competitor too, because I don't think this means that Jey Uso's singles career is over. this will, in my opinion, eventually lead to a Jey Uso heel turn, in my opinion, because, I mean, he's been losing and losing. He snapped. He even eliminated his brother Jimmy in that Battle Royal. I mentioned that LA Knight lost, that Jey won. And I think that the frustration is just going to build and build and build, even in the tag division now with his brother possibly going for the tag team championships against AJ Styles and Dragon Lee, coming up short again and again, and he'll eventually snap and attack Jimmy. That's what I think is going to happen. And Jimmy will be the babyface this time when Jimmy and Jay once again square off for part 2 at WrestleMania 42. I think that's what's going to happen here. Last time Jimmy was the heel, Jay was the babyface. I think they flipped the script this time. Now, you still could do Jimmy snapping on Jay because Jay did throw him out of there. And obviously, Jay's been kind of doing things more for himself as of late. Maybe Jimmy will be frustrated at that. But I just feel like they're going to end up switching the tables here and make Jay the bad guy. And I think it may actually do Jay some good as a singles competitor. What do you think?
Yeah, I could see that. I mean, right now, with Naomi being pregnant and all that, like, it's kind of hard for Jimmy to be the bad guy here. You know, Big Jim Oos.
Speaking of being pregnant, hold on, I forgot to mention this earlier. Brandon said we could have another baby. Go ahead,
okay.
Carry on.
That's crazy.
Godspeed, big dog.
Congrats.
Yeah.
Yo.
Might be kind of difficult.
All, there's a lot of context lost in this whole conversation.
I imagine
right now.
Yeah.
Anyway. Yeah.
I gotta schedule the appointment to get him untied or clipped or whatever.
It can be done.
Anyway.
Baby Oos is coming. Yeah. He gonna run that ish back as his t-shirt said. Yeah. Yeet. Yeah.
Guess we're gonna find out if my mom's listening yet.
I expect her to be a like real quick. Yeah.
Anyway, fuck, that threw me off. Like, that's crazy.
Stay on target.
That's the issue. I need to not. Anyway.
Yeah, fair.
Anyway, I think it fits more for.
I don't know why you're complaining. Your job's the easy part.
I don't know, man. It's not easy. Fuck. Both bad, Jimmy good. I can't.
Well, both of these guys have obviously wanted opportunities to run back their match they had at WrestleMania 40, which I think they would both admit probably wasn't their best efforts, as well as the fans, of course, didn't think that match was very good as well. Way too many. I mean, obviously, super kicks are their thing, kind of the Young Bucks thing and things like. I mean, super kicks are a thing, but I think a lot of people just kind of felt like it was kind of like chops in those matches. All they did was throw super kicks at each other. I'd be curious to see how it would go a second go around here for sure. It feels like WrestleMania 42 may be kind of this WrestleMania, because like obviously WrestleMania 41 in Las Vegas as well last year, earlier this year, I guess, did not go off as well as I think they hoped. Obviously, a lot of fans were disappointed in some of the matches on that show. So it almost feels like WrestleMania 42 could be like the WrestleMania of redemption a little bit, kind of like getting another opportunity, another chance to do better than what it was before. So I could definitely see these two guys running it back, and I'd be happy to see it if the story's done well. And if you start to build it now, going through the Rumble, maybe Jay eliminates Jimmy in that. Things like that. You could build it up even further and make this a personal blood feud. And maybe even, I don't know if you can maybe even get Roman Reigns involved here, potentially, between the two guys. That may be something you end up doing. Roman may end up going for the world championship or something against CM Punk or Cody Rhodes. I don't know. That kind of seems to be the indication. But yeah, I could kind of maybe see Roman in the background, kind of like, where's your head out? Helping both these guys out. So yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing this. But yeah, I think Jay as a heel could be interesting right now, based on where he's at.
I mean, he was when he was, when they were full on bloodline heel, Jay was great. But the best part about that was seeing him starting to realize that like Roman is using them. In this aspect now, it's like in a sense where he's taken everything that he's learned from Roman, whether he wants to believe it or not, and is now applying that to himself, like legitimately, where he's he thinks he says he's doing it for the better of them all, but in reality, selfish as shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
So,
even in this
and
photo here,
now,
you can almost see it, you know? Like,
yeah,
you can just see, like, Jay is focused on, I don't know, this is out of context, this is a photo, but Jimmy kind of looks like he's all about the tag, and then Jay's just like, nah, it's me, man.
yeah,
It's all about me,
yeah.
you know, potentially.
And
So,
it's an interesting ride though with Jay, because we watched him go from this subservient being to finally standing up to Roman, then breaking out on his own, hitting the height of that, to now see this the resentment, so to speak, that he now has for everybody who he perceives as, you know, riding his coattails. Like, he did this on his own. It's in his theme song. Like,
yeah.
So like it's a cool roller coaster to see. But now you see that you know, Jimmy on the aspects just wants his brother back. And so it's interesting.
Yeah, and Jimmy as the, you know, just a baby face and all that stuff moving forward with the proper push could be very interesting as well. But yeah, I just think it's a little premature to
both
think that.
entertaining though.
Yeah, of course. And don't get me wrong, I'm happy to see him back as a tag team too. But this whole idea that, well, Jay's been demoted back to tag team only, basically because they realized it didn't work. I'm not so certain that that's exactly what's happening. It might be. Again, time will tell, much like the LA Knight situation. But I think for now, I think that's kind of where they're going with it, and we'll see what they end up doing heading into next year. Well, before we get to next year, though, we've got a big show tomorrow night. Obviously, Saturday night's main event featuring John Cena's farewell match is one more time against Gunther. So I thought we'd go over the card here. There's only 4 matches on the show. And, of course, we've got a lot of NXT talent being featured, as John Cena wanted to kind of have a little, I mean, obviously some focus on his final match, but he didn't want the whole show to revolve around just him. He wanted it to feature some of the future stars in NXT and WWE. So we got 4 matches here. We got, of course, Bayley going against Sol Ruca from NXT. We got AJ Styles and Dragon Lee going up against Javon Evans and Leon Slater, TNA wrestler, even there. We got Cody Rhodes going up against Obafemi, who just recently regained his NXT championship against Ricky Saints. And, of course, the main event, John Cena versus Gunther. So that is your 4 matches for tomorrow night, Saturday night's main event. Thoughts on who's going to win here? Do you like these matchups? Just what are your thoughts in general? I'll say right off top, Sol Ruca, to me, I can't stand her finishing maneuver. I just can't.
What the fuck is wrong with you? That is the coolest fucking finisher out of no.
Because in order to pull it off, it's a springboard flip into an RKO or a cutter. For those of you who don't know. But to me, every time I've seen it, if it's done flawlessly, I get it. And it's not bad. But most of the time when I've seen it, when she does the flip backwards, the person taking the move literally has to jump forward into a cutter. And it makes it look completely fake to me. That's just me.
So does Javon Evans.
I haven't. What is this?
They have to jump from. It's the Cody cutter, essentially.
Well, fair. I mean, that's kind of true too. But it's, I don't know. Maybe it's just that flip, that reverse, flip off the rope. I don't know. To me, I'm just not a fan of it. That's just me personally. I'm not saying you got to agree with me, but at the same time,
skill it takes to pull that off is fucking insane.
Oh, don't get me wrong. It would, it definitely takes skill.
With Athena's Eclipse Stunner, like.
But that was more you're coming down on somebody, they maybe not necessarily see it type situation. It's a little different. But yeah, I see your point.
If you're running towards the rope, it's with the Cody Cutter and Javon. I forget what the hell Javon calls his, but like he gets so damn high in the air is why his looks so crazy. Because like I don't know how somebody jumps as high as he fucking does in the air, but he nails it every fucking time. With her, like I don't know. I can't put it into words. Like when you're in the ring and you're moving, 100 miles a minute, like when you're to catch somebody with a front flip and I don't know what you're.
I'm not saying it's not hard to pull off, and it's not, but I don't know. Just something about it doesn't. And maybe Bayley will take a great one tomorrow night, and I'll change my mind. I don't know, but so we'll have to see how it goes. Just as of right now, I'm not a fan of it, but that's just my opinion. Y'all can disagree with me if you want to, but other than that, thoughts on the match?
Fine. Like her and Bayley, that's a hell of a person to put her in the ring with. Bayley, she's sorry, she's been killing it on NXT already. So,
isn't she like the NXT Women's North American Championship or something like that?
I believe so. Yes,
I could be wrong, but I think so. Yeah, I don't watch NXT as much, but yeah.
Javon Evans and Leon, like they had a hell of a match at TNA's show. I can't. What the hell was it called?
Oh, I couldn't tell you this one.
I can't remember what it is, but it was a hell of a match between those two.
Yeah.
I mean, you're going against AJ Styles and Dragon Lee. Yeah, that's going to be a banger.
I don't think it's for their titles, by the way.
I don't think so either.
I don't think so. Anyway.
Obafemi is a presence all in itself. And
oh yeah, he went face to face with Cody Rhodes tonight, and I'm not gonna lie to you, he got a pretty good promo on Cody Rhodes. I think this kid's got some talent, and I'm not seeing a whole lot about Obafemi yet. So I'm curious to see where they go and how this match is going. I think Cody wins it, but at the same time, it could be a good showing for Oba for sure.
One of the greatest fucking. I remember we were me, Jackson, and I. We were getting ready for something. It was an NXT pay-per-view was on. And Obafemi was wrestling. What's his name? He's not there anymore. He's at TNA now. Wesley and crap, somebody else. I remember Wesley laying on the ground, and you don't see anything. It's like that one shot where Taker ends up behind AJ Styles. You know
Styles,
what I mean? Yeah. Or that one where in what was it, a Rumble or whatever, where Drew is standing behind Roman. But it's all you see is like Wesley laying on the ground, and then this fucking hand reach from like above and grab him by his throat, and it's Oba. And I was like, that's terrifying. But Obafemi, awesome in the ring.
Yeah.
But he has a presence about him that's like when his music hits and he comes out, and everybody like it. You'll see if you've never seen it, like you'll see it. Like
I saw it tonight when he came out to confront Cody Rhodes. It was pretty good. I didn't know who it was because, like I said, I don't watch NXT as much. But so yeah, I mean, I was interested. He just reminded me of like a really jacked Black Panther. Like a king, ruler.
Yeah, like
I was like, that's really cool.
Umbaku.
Yeah, exactly. You both had the demon. So. In Cody's case, you blonde-headed demon. But
yeah. But yeah, that's what it reminds me of. Like, and like when he grabbed him off that mat with one hand, it was like me and Jackson, we were doing something. We just stopped and we looked at each other and went, "Nah, I'm good. I'm good."
Well, I think for these matches, I think I'm gonna take Bailey in this match. I'm gonna take Cody. I don't want to say that. I don't think they're going to bury every NXT. I wouldn't say bury, but I don't think they're all going to lose. So in that case, I'll probably take Sol Ruka to win. Probably.
Yeah, I could see Sol Ruka winning. If it's not for the titles, I could see, because I will say this: the one thing that WWE has done when it has showcased even the TNA talent, they haven't just beat them because they're TNA talent. Does that make sense?
Right.
Like they give them their time to shine, and a lot of instances they do win matches too.
And they're obviously pretty high on Javon Evans. They've been using him on SmackDown a lot as of late. He's getting over, from what I can tell too.
He'll probably come up after WrestleMania.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see him having like a good spot in the Royal Rumble, like a Kofi Kingston type thing.
Obafemi would be great in the Rumble.
Oh hell yeah!
Him lock up.
Yeah, that'll happen.
Him and Gunther lock up.
I also think, by the way, speaking of Ricky Saints, I think Ricky Saints moves up to the main roster at the Royal Rumble too. Or after Mania, around in there. I think Ricky Saints will get moved. Him and Cody are good buddies too, so I think that's the thing. But yeah, I don't know. I don't see Cody losing to Oba. I think Oba will have a good showing. Cody make him look like $1 million. And I don't see.
Yeah, but do you beat your NXT champion too?
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a lose-lose. I don't know what you do then, unless you just
now you could have Ricky Saints show up to cause Oba the match,
which kind of furthers him on the main roster a little bit for sure. I don't know. That's a tough call. Man, but yeah, so in that case, I'm definitely going Sol Ruka. She'll be the main winner there, and then Bailey will, she'll have no problem pushing her as well. But obviously, the main event
I also feel like AJ Styles and Dragon Lee wouldn't have an issue putting over Javon or Slater and Evans.
No, I wouldn't think so. It's just whether or not you want to beat your men's tag team champions on Raw. I don't know if you want to do that too. But the main event, of course, is the final match of John Cena, the tail of the tape here, obviously with Gunther. I didn't. obviously retiring Goldberg is big on Gunther's list, which also would kind of be like, you could add this accolade to it, like retiring John Cena as well, which may be the whole reason they did the Goldberg angle. And of course, 2-time world champion, 17-time world champion, King of the Ring winner, Royal Rumble winner. So both guys have accolades, no doubt about it. But yeah, and I think John Cena is going to get worked in this match against Gunther. Gunther's going to make him feel every bit of those chops.
I don't think it's going to be one-sided, though. I don't think.
No, I don't either. No. Well, or could they do the whole, Brock Lesnar destroys Cena thing here? I think you're right, though.
Because I don't think Gunther wants that. I don't think Gunther wants to go out there and just destroy John Cena. Like, I don't think that's what it's about. I think it's going to be one of those where he's going to push John and John's going to push him to like that upper limit. And then it'll be that one, power bomb or chop that seals the deal. Or he chokes him out or something.
I think he chokes him out now. But that's the thing too. Do you want John Cena tapping out the first time ever, giving up? The man who says never give up, tapping out in his final match, or do you think John Cena gets a win here? Like, no, otherwise, I think you have to tap him out.
I don't think but he doesn't have to tap out.
Oh,
he doesn't have to tap out to lose.
Yeah. Fair enough. You can do the whole Stone Cold Steve Austin WrestleMania 13 deal. Maybe not bloody, but that may be a way to go about it for sure. But yeah, I would think normally, Cena would go out on his back, leave the the towel or the sneakers or whatever in the ring, the hat, whatever you want to do at the end, to kind of leave it for the next generation. But yeah, I mean, I'm going to take Gunther to win probably, but I wouldn't be surprised if they let Cena have one. He did just
I don't think
do the job to Dominic and Brock and all that stuff. But we'll talk about Brock in just a second.
From the conversation that I listened to that he had on Pat's show, it's not about winning for Cena. Cena wrestling is and was for a long time for him a very important part of his life. And he's all about the next generation of wrestling, closing his chapter, but at the same time opening a new chapter to the guys like Javon Evans, Obafemi, Sol Ruka, and Gunther. So it's like for him, go out the way you should go out, but also putting over the stars that are going to lead wrestling into its next evolution. So him winning is not going to happen. Like, that's not going to happen. But you're going to get the very best one more time John Cena match. And Gunther's a hell of a dance partner to do it with.
I know there's a lot of rumors that were going around earlier this week too that Cena and Gunther were going to open the show tomorrow night too. Which don't get me wrong, the theory going around was that John Cena didn't want the focus to be on him. He'd get out of the way for the younger talent. I get that sentiment if that were the case. Of course, I think he debunked that on Pat McAfee's show today as well. Said he don't know where that rumor got started because for one, there's a downside to that too. If you were to go on the show first with Cena's final match, everybody would just tune out after that. They wouldn't watch the new talent. So I think you put this on last, which Cena did say they were going to be tonight, this afternoon. So in that case, I think it's the right call to put them on the main event. I mean, you build to it and you let the younger talent build up the main event. So I think that's the right way to go about it. So looking forward to this. And of course, as regardless of the outcome, I think we can all agree John Cena's had an outstanding career. As they put it, the greatest of all time. That's debatable, as it always will be, of course. I don't know if I would agree, especially like the in-ring aspect of it. But when it comes to like popularity and, defining a generation, things like that, I totally agree. Yeah, so either way, it's a career well earned. For sure, his retirement, and hopefully we'll still see him around. I think he did sign like a 5-year deal to kind of like be an ambassador for the company. So that would be cool to see him around and doing stuff like that too. So, but yeah, definitely well earned, and we look forward to seeing. Hopefully they'll book it right. It'll be done well, and hopefully it'll be without controversy and things like that because how the fans are. This is one of those things you just kind of want to stick the landing. You know what I mean? But speaking of Brock Lesnar and stuff, though, there's also rumors going around right now that Brock Lesnar will retire at SummerSlam 2026. That date hasn't been confirmed, but it has been said that the working plans for 2026 right now in WWE are retirement runs for Brock Lesnar, AJ Styles, and potentially Chris Jericho if he signs with the company. So we could be getting 3 more retirement runs coming up next year as the SummerSlam that Brock Lesnar may be retiring at is coming to you from Minneapolis, Minnesota, Brock Lesnar's home state. So that makes a lot of sense if they were to do so this summer. And imagine if Gunther also wrestled Brock Lesnar there, if he retired Goldberg, Cena, and Brock Lesnar. That'd be definitely something on to notch on Gunther's belt, as it were. And Gunther would be one of the guys I could legitimately buy beating Brock Lesnar. There's a lot of guys on the roster you can't believe that with. Gunther, I could. So that's a possibility. What do you think about potentially retirement for those three guys, potentially all in the same year? Styles, Jericho, and Brock.
Because like I had this conversation with Miranda too when I was watching that Pat McAfee thing. When I started wrestling, guys like Shawn, Triple H, Taker, Austin, The Rock, but they were already hitting their stride, already hit their stride. They already were at where they should have been. They were already in that upper echelon of Mount Rushmores of wrestling. John Cena was up and coming, kind of still doing his little thing. This is pre-Word Life John Cena. This is still colorful tights John Cena. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So as more, when you think about wrestling and people, their favorites, a lot of people watched Hulk become Hulk Hogan, watched Warrior become Warrior. I watched John Cena become John Cena. In that same regard, in that parallel, I watched AJ become AJ Styles. I watched AJ become the Phenomenal One. I've seen his career take off in TNA in order to become where he is and what he is now. So on one hand, it's like, again, just like with this John Cena thing, mad respect for you guys for doing it for as long as you did, but it sucks because this is the part of my wrestling experience and what I loved about wrestling is coming to an end. And so it's like, well-deserved. You guys are well-traveled, especially AJ. AJ has been all over the fucking world wrestling. He made his career in TNA, tried out for WWE, didn't work, went, and he said it himself, and it was him. He left, went to New Japan, fucking crushed it there.
Yeah, killed
and then when the opportunity rose, he wanted to go to WWE. That's where he wanted to be. That's he wanted to do a WrestleMania. That's where every wrestler wants to be at one point. You want your WrestleMania moment. And he got it. Got a couple. So like to watch that now come to an end is like, man, it's a bummer, but like I can't do nothing but respect it.
Yeah,
And
if it's all three of those guys, I think you just got to space it out pretty well too. Maybe Jericho gets Mania. I don't know. Brock gets SummerSlam. I don't know what you do with AJ. Maybe a little later in the year. I don't know. But there's definitely ways of going about it. Yeah, Rumble. That'd be like boom. Beginning of the year, you're done. I don't know if they do that, but yeah, I can see him building up to like
debuted out of Rumble. He debuted out of Rumble.
Yeah. I mean, very well could. I'm not sure. Yeah. We'll have to wait and see how it goes. Let's see here real quick. Mike said a few chats. He said, I'm going to be in his early 60s when his youngest graduates high school, talking about having another baby. So there you go. I mean, it's never too late, I suppose.
Brother, them babies was jokes, okay?
All jokes. Then he said, Brandon, did you ever turn on a partner or vice versa in your career? I imagine.
Yeah, too many. All of them.
Uber heel.
Yeah.
And then he said, fun fact, December 13th will mark 37 years since Jerry Lawler beat Kerry Von Erich to unify the AWA and world class titles at AWA Superclass 3. The actual unification only lasted about a month. Sounds like something AEW would do with their belts. Just kind of like, oh yeah, let's put them together and then we'll just defend them separately. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
and speaking of AEW,
I turned on a tag partner in the middle of a match.
Oh yeah,
I helped strap him up to the ring, like in the ropes, and I stabbed him in the forehead with a pair of scissors.
Oh my! Okay, calm down, John Moxley. Jeez, for sure.
Yeah,
but yeah. But speaking of AEW, just a couple things I want to hit on real quick. This past week on Dynamite, that winter is coming. We crowned the first ever AEW Women's World Tag Team Champions as the Babes of Wrath. Willow Nightingale and Harley Cameron defeated Timeless Tony Storm, and Mira Shirakawa in the finals of that tournament. So good for these young ladies here, no doubt about it. And hopefully that will mean good things for their tag division moving forward for the women's division for sure. You got any quick thoughts on Willow Nightingale and Harley Cameron being the first ever tag champs?
So I saw a picture of when they won, because I didn't see the match itself, but I saw photos and shit. Mm-hmm. Harley Cameron looked genuinely fucking happy. Mm-hmm. And look, I'm one of them. I thought at one point Monet was going to win this thing, because
I think we all did.
That whole thing was going.
Yeah.
But then when they got eliminated, I'm like, okay, well then obviously it's going to be Tony and Shirakawa. Like, it just made the sense in the world. I will say this, hats off to them for not doing that and doing something else and giving it to their young stars, to put that weight on their shoulders, to put that responsibility on them. Now it's up to, just like in any promotion, when you do that, for you now to make those things important, make all that mean something.
Mm-hmm. You can't just give them the belts and then not do nothing with them. Put them in some meaningful feuds, meaningful title matches and things like that. I fully agree. Speaking of title matches, winter is coming. There was a main event where Samoa Joe went up against Eddie Kingston for the AEW World Championship here. Obviously, Samoa Joe, I think most people kind of figured that he was going to retain the title, being so soon after winning it. He ended up choking out Eddie Kingston in that match as well. Kind of like what we may see Gunther do to John Cena. We'll have to wait and see. But during the match, I did think there was a cool moment here where Samoa Joe had him in an STF and he gave salute to John Cena. So I thought that was really cool. So nice little nod, or tip of the cap, as it were, to show the respect to the greatest of all time, as it were. So yeah,
again, always good to see, like when these guys do that. Like AJ and John did it, in their match where they
Edge
hitting all these finishers. Yeah. So it's a respect thing, something that travels. There is no company that's a barrier to that. You get what I'm saying? Like,
right.
Because at the end of the day, we've been up this road together. We've, sacrificed things together. We've bled together. We've cried together. You know what I mean? Like, so that is something, no matter what, nobody should shit on. And
family.
Joe did it. All right.
What's that, Aaron?
Let's calm down, man. He said family.
Family. Yeah, exactly. Oh, he's not wrong. He's actually right about that.
Yeah,
Vin Diesel, calm down. Yeah, exactly.
Correct.
And of course, winter is coming. We'll continue this Saturday on December 13th, before John Cena has his final match, by the way. A lot of people are saying, well, AEW is only putting their collision on at 4:30 Eastern time because they're in Cardiff, Wales. They were in Cardiff, Wales for AEW Dynamite, and it was still at 8 p.m. So, again, this is Tony Khan respecting John Cena in his final match, putting collision on as early as he can to get out of the way of that, so there's not direct competition with Saturday Night's main event. So I think that's a cool, classy move, in my opinion. And, of course, one of the bigger matches on that is this, of course.
Before you move on, respecting John Cena, the interview he did with Pat today, I think I found a new respect for John Cena. And I recommend everybody listen to it. I think
I need to.
Good.
I think it was
good,
probably.
Was there anything in particular that made you respect him more, or what was it?
Just the way he grew from day one till now. You can see it, you can hear it, and knowing that he saw the flaws in himself and was willing to fix it it says a lot about somebody. So
that's all we can do is try to improve, and it seems like John Cena's done that for sure, and we should all respect him for that. But yeah, so going back to this just a little bit, I guess Claudio against Takeshita, CMLL World Heavyweight Champion versus the IWGP World Champion, so that's kind of a big deal on Collision, so that'll be kind of worth watching there too. And of course, if you're interested in AEW,
Claudio win the CMLL title
a couple weeks ago, it was kind of quietly on their programming, and he brought the belt over to AEW. Obviously, he was the champion when we went to see him live. He was wearing it. I don't know if you missed it.
Oh yeah, that is right. That is right. That is right.
Flying under the radar.
Oh,
and for those of you who are into the AEW, of course, next week is their 3-hour special with Dynamite and Collision. Since it's for the holidays, I don't think there's going to be a Collision next week. So yeah, we got the $1 million winner takes all trios match with the Elite, Kenny Omega returning with the Young Bucks to go against the Don Callis family, against Okada, Hichisero, and Takeshita. And of course, the AEW Tag Team Championship will be on the line. FTR against the Bang Bang Gang, Juice Robinson and Austin Gunn. So that'll be cool to see. I'd like to see maybe, Juice, or I'm sorry, Jay White maybe return or something like that. That'd be really cool. And then, of course, the Dynamite Diamond Battle Royal for the Dynamite Diamond Ring, which will eventually lead to a World Championship match this year. And maybe perhaps we'll see the return of MJF on this show. That would be really cool to see as well. And the reports are saying MJF's actually been backstage the last few weeks. So hopefully we'll actually get to see him return going into next year. It'd be nice. I'd like to see him be more on AEW programming with consistency. I know he's been doing some movie type stuff. He did a Happy Gilmore 2 stuff last year and stuff. So, and of course, I think he was in, what was it, the Iron Claw, the Von Erich movie, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's been in some stuff. So I know he's been doing things like that, but we'd like to see him in the pro wrestling ring too. That's kind of what they're paying him big bucks for. So hopefully we'll get him back as well. So we'll see how that ends up going there. So any other thoughts on pro wrestling? Anything like that? No?
Yeah. It's fascinating to see that these pro wrestlers can get a life outside of pro wrestling as far as movies go. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. And we're about to talk about a couple more in just a second. So yeah,
it's like they're acting on TV as far as promos goes, character wise, all that shit. But it's different on a level in the movies because with John Cena, hell, The Rock, before
The Rock, who this week gave big props to Brendan Fraser, by the way, for giving him a start in The Mummy Returns too. So I thought that was really cool.
Oh yeah,
you saw that, yeah, he did. What I notice about all of this, everyday people can do it.
Yeah,
if you just set your mind to it. Like the amount, like Brandon said, the amount of wrestlers that are becoming actors, but they're already acting in the ring. Like, why couldn't they become an actor?
Exactly. And a lot of that stuff too is, I mean, you got to remember on the spot live, there's no second takes, things like that. I mean, it lends perfectly to them going to a Hollywood career.
John, in this interview, spoiler alert, when he was doing his first few movies, he hated it because he'd rather be in the ring. He was waiting for somebody to blow something up so he could get back to work, as he said. And, they had to slow down their life to go on a movie set.
And in The Rock's case and in Cena's case, and I'm sure many other wrestlers too, you could see when they first started acting, they weren't quite there yet. They weren't quite comfortable with. You could see the progression of The Rock now, or John Cena now, and hopefully one day like Cody Rhodes or Roman Reigns and some of these other guys may end up doing it as well. It starts off shaky sometimes because it's a totally different world. It's got a lot of similarities when it comes to the acting part of it, but you got to learn these subtleties and things like that in Hollywood that they don't have in pro wrestling.
And that's what he said. He goes, his first couple movies, the Marine and all those, he goes, those were shit movies. And
I still like the Marine one, but yeah,
and that's what Pat was saying. Was like, those are great movies, but he's like, no, they weren't. Like, I mean, like for himself, he had to. Then he approached it like he did when he wanted to become a wrestler. He said, when I said I wanted to become a wrestler, I did X, Y, and Z to do that. He goes, so I had to approach the whole movie thing the same way. Like, if I'm going to do this, then I'm going to do it the right way. So he started doing everything that is needed to make him better, to where you get what you see with Peacemaker. You've gotten what you got to see when he did these little cameos and all these little shows. And, did you know he did the weather one time?
I think I did see that. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, but he said he was doing all of this to help with that.
Right.
Like, it's a really good interview. Like it really was.
I will definitely check it out then, because I think Pat does some pretty decent interviews too. So,
Mhm.
and of course with John Cena doing that. So yeah, I'll definitely check it out. To wrap up wrestling here real quick, Mike furthering his AEWA topic there. He said AWA owner Vern Gagne screwed Jerry Lawler and World Class out of payouts for the show, ending the partnership. Lawler never returned to he never returned the AWA title belt since he didn't get paid ever. Jerry Jarrett later bought the struggling World Class and merged it with CWA in Memphis to create the USWA, United States Wrestling Association. Interesting. A lot of this stuff is way before my time when it comes to like the AWA and like those old school stuff.
Does he still have that title? Like Jerry, did he ever return it?
Jerry Lawler. Yeah, I don't know. You'd have to, maybe Mike could fill us in on that one in the chat. And of course, our friend Kathy is also in the chat saying hello as well. So nice to have you, Kathy. Good to have you here for sure. And she said, I love you all. So we right back at you for sure. No doubt about it. So all right. Well, let's maybe Mike could get with us on the whether or not Jerry has that, but we'll move on into the movie section. We got some stuff to talk about there. So let's do it. Here we go. All right, so speaking of professional wrestlers going into movies, it's kind of interesting how that worked out. I didn't actually plan it that way. But we got our first little teaser at the upcoming Street Fighter film coming out in October 16th, matter of fact, 2026. It's a ways off still, but we got our first little, it's like a 45-second little teaser trailer. So I thought we'd check it out real quick, and we'll talk about it, and then even go over some character posters. So let's check out and see. This movie looks crazy, so watch this.
If you don't punch, I'm gonna have to hit you with the tactics. I never lose if it's fight. You don't shut your mouth, I'ma shut it for you.
Kind of like how they had the little sound effects from the video game in there at the end too. And I'm gonna lie to you, that looks crazy. I mean, it kind of has this Mortal Kombat feel to it. I think that's what they're going for here. But check out some of these posters. Let me see if I can get this a little bit bigger here. But this is Cody Rhodes from WWE as Guile. That flat top is what we expected it to be. Absolutely ridiculous and ludicrous, but absolutely outstanding. And the shot of him in the trailer where he's just going with that flat top on. Oh, I about died. So yeah, this looks absolutely great. So good to see another pro wrestler, spreading his wings in the world of Hollywood, as well as our first look at Roman Reigns, Joseph Anoa'i as Akuma and Street Fighter as well. Looks to be on point. I'm not gonna lie to you. These outfits and these character posters look just like the video game. So I think they're maybe we're going to get a better Street Fighter adaptation than the old Jean-Claude Van Damme version, which, don't get me wrong, I kind of liked as a kid, but it just it doesn't really hold up nowadays. But yeah, we also got Ryu, or however you say his name as well. We've got our first look at him, as well as our first look at Ken. Noah Centineo was also in Black Adam. He played Adam Smasher in that film. So nice to see him getting another role as well. Then, of course, we got our first look at Chun-Li. Of course, we'll just kind of go through the whole gamut here of just some of these Street Fighter characters. We also got our first look at Balrog, which is Curtis 50 Cent Jackson.
So here's the thing.
That hair, though.
I've learned one thing with this whole 50 Cent situation is you don't want to make him your enemy ever in life. 50 Cent is petty as hell. But that hairline for this, wild they did him like that. And I get that Balrog, his hair's always
that's what
like
that's what it looked like.
Man, that's insane.
I just think these are all very much on point.
Really good.
Is you pronounce this? Is it Zangief? Is that how you pronounce it?
Yep,
Zangief. Okay. So yeah, definitely on point there. And of course, E Honda, the big sumo with the fast, lightning, quick hands.
Yeah, I didn't know that was
Hiroki Goto. Yeah. That's another pro wrestler from New Japan, right?
Yeah.
Is it New Japan? Okay.
Yep, New Japan.
Gotcha. So there you go. Another one there. Got is it Dalsim? The guy with very long, stretchy arms. Dalsim, I think. So yeah, I'm interested to see how they do him as well. And of course, we got Vega, which is it looks like the actor doesn't even really show his face much when it comes to
Vega
all that
never
sort of.
really showed his face either.
Yeah,
He
and of
always
course,
had that mask on.
just off the side here is a quick look at Balrog in the game, so you can see the haircut there.
Yeah.
So yeah, or at least some of the game there for sure. And here's my favorite: Jason Momoa as Blanca.
Wow.
So Jason Momoa as the big green animal here, basically, and always electrified and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, and with that, Jason Momoa is now going to have 3 major movies this year, which we'll get into in just a second. And of course, so we've got David, I think you say is it Dalsmalchian as M. Bison as the main villain here of this film, as he was always in the video games as well. And of course, we got a few other little characters and stuff down here at the bottom. I think Cammy is another one that kind of became very popular as well. Some of these other ones I don't know of very much. Dan Hibiki. Don Savage. I don't know. Some of those are just new to me. I'm not into some of the games since the originals. But yeah, the top 3 rows there. I know all those characters from Street Fighter back in the day on the Super Nintendo Entertainment System. For those of you out there who had that. So yeah, I'm looking forward to this. And like I said, it's only a 45-second little tease. Yeah, looking forward to it. Are you looking forward to Street Fighter? Well, maybe check it out.
It kind of makes me want to fucking re-download Street Fighter on my PlayStation. Start handing out ass whoopers.
We're about to enter a year where we've got a Street Fighter movie and a Mortal Kombat movie coming out in the same calendar year, which is crazy. So yeah, if we get like a Marvel versus DC, we'll be right on point, which I'm hoping for one of these days. We'll have to see how it goes.
And we're also getting Deadpool and Marvel Rivals.
There you go. Yeah, that'll be crazy too. You know it will be.
Yeah, I can't fucking wait for that.
So yeah, so I'm looking forward to Street Fighter. Hope you guys are too, and we'll talk more about it once we get closer to the film. Still, like I said, just a little teaser just to kind of get you all excited. Seems like we're going to be getting quite a few of those potentially before the new year, for sure. Well, hopefully we'll get that Avengers trailer. We'll talk about that in just a minute. But yeah, so anywho, we also got a couple more chats. Mike said that Lawler never did return the title belt since he never got paid. So yeah, I guess just kept it. So. Yeah. Kathy said, I guess it was my woo, that little remark I did there with Cody Rhodes there. She liked that. Love the woo. And anybody up for a Halloween costume or any up for, well, yeah, a lot of these could be great Halloween costumes.
I can pull out Balrog.
Did you see my hair like that? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if you saw Chun-Li. There's one for you. I think you can make that work for sure.
You gotta do the kick though. You gotta be able to do the kick.
Yeah, you got Oh, upside down. Yeah, good luck with that.
Wait, who's doing that? Is Eric dressing up as her?
All right. Okay.
No.
All right.
What's wrong with you? No one wants to see that. No one wants to.
But I think everybody wants to see that.
Who was it?
No, we don't.
I mean, maybe Cammy.
There you go.
Something. Yeah. How about that? That is right, Cammy. Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Pull that off. Yeah. So I don't know who this one is.
Aaron, you can do Vega. Or no, Eric, you do Guile.
I was gonna say, don't you dare tell me to do E Honda. Kick your ass. I can do Guile though. I can pull out that. I want to see if I can find that shot of this shot here of Cody Rhodes as Guile. I mean, this is just. I mean, come on, crazy work. And then right after that, he does that flip kick that Guile's known for. It's a great shot. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it. But yeah, it looks like they covered up his American flag tattoo too. I can't quite tell from these shots, but you
the one on his neck. Yeah,
they probably did. But that flat top though. Yeah. So yeah,
flat top is wild.
Kathy says she's got to kick for Chun-Li. So I don't know if there's a video of that to show her what that looks like. I don't know if I can find it.
There's a video. You'll be able to find a video.
Chun-Li kick. Let's see if I can find it real quick here. Pulled up. Come on, there's got to be. Well, I mean, yeah, she had a couple of just vertical kicks too. But I was thinking of the one that was like upside down. This is kind of a anime graphic. But
yeah, you put on your hand and
on one hand, and then like twirl kick around.
Yeah.
Can you pull that one off, Kathy? That's obviously a risque like anime version of that. But yeah, so it was interesting. But yeah, or you can do like this fast kick. Yeah.
Don't
You'll tell me what to
twisting
do and I'll
up
do it.
Steve fucking
Well,
much.
you better start working on your gymnastics because that's some
Yeah,
interesting stuff.
You gotta
there for
limber
sure.
up, buddy.
Limber up for sure. But yeah, so that's Street Fighter, no doubt about it. Yeah, we also got another movie coming out next June, as a matter of fact, and I think it's going to be one of the better superhero movies of the year, in my opinion. And that is, of course, we got our first trailer for DC Studios' Supergirl, starring Millie Alcock. So I thought we'd take a quick look at the teaser trailer that was released, and we'll talk about it afterwards and see what you guys think about it as we get our next look at Crypto, the Superdog. Here you go. Oh, I got to do Superman like that. For real.
You managed to get most of it on the paper this time. Good job, buddy. Hi, cars are out. Hereby declare the 23 will be the best year yet.
Nice.
Let's be honest, babe. It's not a very high bar to clear.
I like Crypto.
I didn't know any of you were still alive. What was it like to lose everything in a day?
Oh, wow.
Krypton didn't die in a day. The gods are not that kind. Okay, this does not look like this is gonna end well. For you guys.
Do you know this on your planet have cows like you?
Very Guardians of the Galaxy. From the
No,
looks of
it's
it.
a pretty small group of two.
What, Superman like?
He sees the good in everyone. And I see the truth.
I like that tagline. So Superman, her cousin, sees the good in everyone. Supergirl sees the truth. I like that tagline. I think that's pretty cool. Because he's obviously the optimistic Boy Scout. Superman is for sure. But Supergirl, on the other hand, this Supergirl is a little bit different of an iteration than you may be used to seeing. This is obviously a more
Boy Scouts are not arbiters of truth anymore. Just saying.
well, that's potentially true as well sometimes, but for sure.
No, it is true.
Yeah. I mean, some Boy Scouts tell the truth, maybe not all of them, but you know what I mean? But yeah, I see what you're saying. But truth, justice,
They're
whatever.
not even boys anymore.
Well, that's another debate for another time, for sure.
It's not a debate.
Well, you know what I'm saying.
No, you're not saying anything. You're not making any sense.
Well, because you're throwing me off my karma here. I don't know. Whatever.
Karma?
My chi. Whatever. See, this is what happens when I let Aaron on the show. Okay.
What is happening?
I'm just speaking facts here.
No.
So if
I
you're
was on
getting
a roll. I was on a roll, and he just derailed my train of thought. That's what happened.
if you're getting tripped up by facts, then I mean maybe we should rethink this whole podcast thing. I'm just saying.
You're gonna pay for it next time I see you.
Listen,
On site,
Aaron,
as you
as
said.
of late,
Yeah.
he's just been feeling himself in a weird way, and it's
Anyway.
anyway.
So,
I get what
this is
you're
not-
saying. I fully
Yeah.
understand what you mean. I like the fact that, like, because Kira and Clark, they didn't grow up in the same aspects. Clark got sent to Earth,
yeah,
grew up where he,
that's what I'm saying.
and
Thank you.
she was not. I mean, you'll find out like she had a rough road to go, so she doesn't have these same viewpoints that the Clark has. She just doesn't, because
No.
they grew up vastly fucking different.
Yeah.
In that aspect.
She watched her entire species die,
Yeah.
on Krypton.
So, like-
Clark was spared that for one,
Mm-hmm.
as the trailer showed.
So it's I'd like, but you're right. It's like a Guardian of the Galaxy-esque version of of Supergirl, like where with Star-Lord, being taken so young and then growing up in space and seeing the ruthless side of the fucking universe and then becoming the hero that he is now. You know what I mean? Like, so for her, it's actually really, I like the darker aspect of a superhero's origin story. And Crypto's there, so and he's
and he'll bring that levity, and of course the presence of Superman and other DC characters will be felt in this as well. And we're going to be getting our debut of Jason Momoa's Lobo, as he was shown in just a couple seconds there of the frame. Here's a better, more HD look of what the character looks like here in the film. So gotta admit, they got the look on point. And Jason Momoa has obviously been itching to play this character for years, stating it was his favorite comic book character of all time. And of course, he just looks the part to begin with. He looks more like Lobo than he ever did as Aquaman. That's not debatable. So yeah, absolutely. I'm looking forward to seeing it. And like I said earlier,
yeah, it is.
Shut up. Love you, Aaron. But anyway, so that means that Jason Momoa now will be in 3 major blockbuster films coming to theaters next year: Supergirl, Street Fighter, and of course Dune Part 3. He'll be making his return to that series after the first part. He big year for Jason Momoa all the way around, top to bottom. So hopefully he'll have great success there with his movie theater releases as well. And of course, we'll see Supergirl's cousin as well, David Gordon Sweat's Superman, possibly also returning on this. We'll have to wait and see. This is obviously going to continue James Gunn's Superman saga, as it were, leading into the second Superman film, Man of Tomorrow, coming out in 2027. So it's just kind of 1 year Superman, 1 year after another Superman film for the time being as well. So thoughts on the Supergirl trailer? Do you have any other thoughts on it? You're looking forward to more grounded Supergirl and maybe not quite so, a lot of times she's just depicted kind of like the female version of Superman. This is more dark and things like that. So, very depressed version.
I like that. I like all of that. But honestly, I want to see Lobo because like Lobo is, he's not like your typical villain in the sense of like,
it's kind of Deadpool assassin. He can go toe-to-toe.
Yeah, but he's not an assassin. He's a bounty hunter. So, like, for him, it's all about the money. Like, he doesn't really give a shit about anything else. But he's also one of those characters who Superman just can't beat up. Does that make sense? Like, it's never really stated what Lobo's powers really are. But I know for a fact he can go toe-to-toe with Superman, no issues whatsoever. Like
I believe in the comics. I want to say in the comics that Lobo had just when he finds out that Superman exists, he just travels all the way to Earth on his space bike just to challenge him. Yeah, so it's like I'd be curious to see that on film for sure. I don't know if we'll get that right away or not, but either way, that could be something I definitely want to look forward to. So maybe in the sequel, I'll have to wait and see. But Jason Momoa definitely going to have a big year, no doubt. Kathy said when it comes to Chun-Li, she'd have to be upside down. I'm going down after the leg stretch move. So yeah. And then she said, I want to see Supergirl because she says I am the Supergirl. So there's your Halloween. I want to say you've dressed up as her before. So it's coming back around next year. So it might be time to break out that old costume or whatever you might have there, for sure. And Mike then asked Aaron, is he still miffed over Eric taking his QB in fantasy football? Maybe. I don't know if that's what the beef is. Trying to throw off my chi.
Why would you bring that back? We moved past it. Like, Aaron is a creature of habit and pettiness.
I love Aaron. I'm giving him a hard time. I don't mean any ill will. But, maybe a little.
He's never going to let that go. He's never going to let that go.
No. I don't even remember which one it was. It's so minuscule to me. Well, who was it?
Wow, Aaron, like, what are we doing?
Bo Nix? Are you talking about Bo Nix? What are you talking about? No, that's a man I took him from.
You're trash. So
wow.
I don't feel any apology coming for interrupting your flow the 2 times, and I'm gonna keep doing it for the rest of the podcast.
Gosh dang it. That's all right. I never really had much flow anyway, I guess. So there you go. I'll make it work.
Not
Aaron-
we're getting it, but I'm going to try to interrupt it every time.
Damn it.
Aaron earned himself a spot on my shit list yesterday, and now I don't even know if he's lying or if he's really telling the truth. But yeah.
You can't get mad at me for autocorrect. I'm just saying.
It's not autocorrect.
It was autocorrect.
All right, Aaron.
Every time I spell your name, it's either Mandy or Marabar, which is a D&D city.
Well, that was what it was the second time, but yeah.
Sorry, that's all I can say.
Moving on. And Kathy said, by the way, she did Batgirl, not Supergirl. My bad. I thought you did Supergirl at one point. I don't know. Maybe I was thinking somebody else. I don't know. Who else? But anyway, Batgirl works too.
I think it was Cena that did Supergirl.
Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. I know somebody around work probably did it. But either way, yeah. Well, there you go. You can do Supergirl for the first time next year then. So if you want to do that way, that's nothing wrong with that too. In this case, you can carry around like a beer bottle and stuff, because you wear the trench coat with it. Be this.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah, so there you go. Be awesome. All right, well, let's move into the rapid fire segment, then we'll move on from movies. So let's check it out. All right, the rapid fire movie segment is basically the segment where we take some movie news and kind of go through them just a little bit quicker, one at a time here, just kind of because obviously if we spent a lot of time for each individual movie news item, we'd be here all night. But the first one on the list here is Super Troopers 3, which we now know is done filming. It now has a release date, August 7th, 2026. So be right around the corner here in about 8 months' time. Super Troopers 3 will be in theaters, so you can go check that out. You can see the third installment in that trilogy, so looking forward to that, right, meow? So can't wait to see that for sure. We also got Avengers Doomsday.
Did you say meow?
Right, meow. That's
right.
You never seen Super Troopers?
Meow.
Yeah,
oh,
meow.
Is that where the meow comes from?
Yeah,
maybe.
Yep.
So yeah. I guess so.
Yeah,
it's been a while since I've seen the exact skit, but yeah. What was the bet? You couldn't say meow 10 times in a traffic stop or something like that, or meow. Yeah. So it was that was pretty funny. That last we just turned around and went meow. So yeah, meow for sure. But Aaron, I see what you're trying to do there. You're still trying to do. I guess.
You guys ever seen those videos where there's this guy and he's nudging his wife's coffee cup saying meow, 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 meow. And she tells him not to do it. And then he just throws it onto the floor.
No.
Those are hilarious.
I would do
that. Cassie says, hey, I'm just saying you all bring me out of the cave. Love you. So Batgirl, I got it. Nice.
I'm just saying that if I find those videos again, I'm going to send them because they're hilarious.
That's hilarious.
Can I move on now?
I would do that.
Maybe.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, am I?
I mean, if you want to, it's fine.
We'll find out. Avengers Doomsday. We got some news coming out about that. Apparently, the reports are saying now it will be a direct sequel to Avengers Endgame. So those of you who have not seen much comic book stuff since Avengers Endgame, well, it sounds like you're not really going to necessarily have to. Now, I highly recommend you go see Spider-Man No Way Home, Deadpool and Wolverine, some stuff here and there, but that does not necessarily mean you have to see every single television show, apparently, when it comes to the next Avengers film. And we are now getting heavy rumors as well that Avengers Doomsday is going to heavily focus on Dr. Doom versus Steve Rogers, Captain America, because the rumor is that Steve Rogers, by going back in time to live with Peggy Carter at the end of Endgame, is going to cause Dr. Doom's family to die in a multiverse incursion that is messed up due to Steve Rogers' time travel. So that could very well be the main story arc of this film. And of course, with the release of Avengers Doomsday coming out, Avengers Endgame is now getting a re-release in theaters on September 25th of 2026. So that kind of ties into the fact that, like, literally 3 months before Avengers Doomsday comes out, they're re-releasing Endgame in theaters so you can go back and rewatch it to prepare yourself for Doomsday. And rumors are now also stating that at the end of the Endgame re-release, they will have a new post-credit scene to tie directly into Doomsday as well. So now whether or not we're going to be getting the Avengers Doomsday teaser trailer, rumor was happening. They're saying it was supposed to come out next week before Christmas, but now they're saying that we're probably going to be getting 4 teaser trailers. They're going to release them with Avatar Fire and Ash in theaters first. So the first week of Fire and Ash release, they'll have 1 teaser trailer. The second week of Avatar Fire and Ash, they'll have a second teaser trailer, all for 4 weeks until we get all those released. And hopefully they'll release them online as well. Otherwise, we're going to have a lot of angry fans. But we'll have to wait and see if that ends up happening. If they do release the trailers, we'll talk about them on our next show, whenever that may be, once they come out. So that means next year.
When Spider saved the Colonel, I was like, why? I mean, I understand it that like they needed a bad guy for the next movie, but I was just like, what? You don't owe him nothing. Anyways, I was just really confused about the whole thing.
When Spider saved the Colonel?
Yeah.
Colonel who?
The Colonel. Y'all know the Colonel.
No, I think you're playing with him.
I don't.
No, is he Colonel or is it the Major?
What movie are you talking about?
Avatar.
Brother, you got me on that.
The second one? Remember the second one?
Okay, you're talking about Avatar. I thought you were talking about Spider-Man.
No. You brought up Avatar.
I did.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because it's his father. That's why. Spoiler alert.
But that's not his father though. Like
part of his father.
It's basically a program with his father's memory, but that's not his father.
Fair. But
like
the whole science fiction thingy.
Jake Sully was more of a father to him than that guy was. But I will say that I don't know what is her name.
I've seen that movie once.
His wife kind of was scary in that whole standoff, but when each kid had a knife to their throat, I mean, that was pretty wild.
And two, the character played by Zoe Saldana, I can't remember the character's name either at this point, but I do remember in that movie she was very skeptical of Spider because she was an offspring of the villain of the first film, so she never thought he fit in with the tribe. So that's kind of potentially led to him going with his father. So that could be part of it. But so aside there, but yeah, no doubt. So, but yeah, when it comes to the MCU though, Spider-Man, Brand New Day, Avengers Endgame, and Doomsday is the theatrical release slate now. Next year was Avengers Endgame, now coming back into theaters to set up Doomsday. So I think that's good in a way. So people like Miranda, I know she does not watch a lot of the MCU stuff television wise and things like that. She's probably seen Endgame though. A lot of fans have at least seen the big Avengers movies. So to not have to see anything between Endgame and Avengers Doomsday, that's good.
I thought it was a good movie. Surprisingly,
yeah,
I actually really did like Shazam: Fury of the Gods, and I did not know that Rachel Zegler was in it until toward the end, and I was like, when she made the exact same stupid face that is now a meme.
Weird.
No, not that one. Not that one. No, when the face she made when she was playing Snow White, and it was kind of like she stuck out her lower jaw. And she was supposed to look scared, but she just looked dumb. She made that face in the movie, and I was like, why does she look familiar now? And I was like, oh no. Yeah. Kind of wild.
I never seen that. I didn't see that movie.
It was okay. It wasn't as good as the first Shazam, but they were trying to set up some stuff that they never paid off because DC rebooted and all that too. Or at least they haven't paid off yet, at least. Mike said, Miranda cannot blame me for these little debates Aaron is starting this time. So there you go.
These are not debates. These are facts.
Just facts. Yeah. He's just spitting truth right now. But yeah, what's also truth though, we got Hugh Jackman on top of the MCU stuff. Apparently this week he said, quote, "It does not feel like the end. It really felt like the end after Logan," in reference to his time of playing Wolverine. So he's pretty much telling you he's coming back, which we all pretty much expected. I mean, let's be honest here. It's not real big shocking news there. But,
yeah, The Greatest Showman was a pretty good movie.
Aaron.
That was a solid movie. That was a solid movie.
I never seen it. I actually heard it was pretty good. I did catch the reference in
Really?
Deadpool and Wolverine though.
Miranda got me to watch it with her one night, and it was a good fucking movie. Like,
Did you catch the reference? You didn't catch the reference in Deadpool and Wolverine when they were fighting in the car?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, did you? Yeah, I thought that was pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah.
But you never.
No, I did not. But now I got to go back and watch it.
It's a good movie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when they're fighting in the van, I guess Wolverine starts banging Deadpool's head off the radio, and it starts changing music. And one point, there's a quick little clip of one of the songs from Greatest Showman on the radio. So I thought that was pretty cool. So yeah, just a little Easter egg there for you. But yeah, till you're 90, Hugh, you can't leave us. You got to keep playing Wolverine. So no doubt about it. We also got a little bit more on the saga.
Do another Showman.
Yeah, there you go. So I'm sure he'd be down for that.
Here's a question though. Why is it that Hugh Jackman gets to be eternally Wolverine, right? But Wesley Snipes can't be eternally Blade?
Who's to say he won't be?
Yeah. You know what I mean?
He even said in that movie there will only ever be one Blade. Now,
why can't Chris Evans be always Captain America, or Robert Downey Jr. always be Iron Man? Well,
eventually, a lot of these actors don't want to keep doing it.
Yeah. Well, you got to think about it too.
All right, Aaron, you got feedback, brother.
Aaron, Captain America was more or less of a mantle. Iron Man was more or less of a mantle. Wolverine, there was only one Wolverine, other than X-22 being I don't know if you want to call it a clone, essentially, of what Wolverine was, but there's not many people who had the powers of Wolverine. So Wolverine will always be Wolverine no matter what. There will always be another Captain America. There will always be another Iron Man, because just like with Spider-Man, there will always be another Spider-Man. Batman, same thing. Because those are just mantles and names. They're not what the character was. Iron Man could be anybody. Hell, Rhodey, if you want to be technical about it, Rhodey was Iron Man. Even though he was War Machine, he was still Iron Man. Like with Cap, the reason why Falcon can be Captain America is because it's a mantle. It's not really a character in itself. The same thing with the Black Panther. That is something that is passed down in between, them and
Batman
and how they do things. Batman, things like that. Like Superman, there won't be another Superman, but again, you have Supergirl, you have the Super Family, like where he got cloned and all that. Like there are certain situations where the character won't be replaced, but again, it will in the sense of somebody else takes up that mantle. With Wolverine, it's vastly different because there isn't really a mantle. Wolverine was Wolverine.
Unless, of course, they need a new storyline for a movie, and then there's going to be a new whatever.
Yeah, they'll just make it up. Yeah. That's the beauty of comics and science fiction and things like that, for sure. But we got a little bit more news when it comes to the Netflix buyout of Warner Brothers. Apparently, Paramount is not going away. Paramount has now issued a hostile takeover bid for Warner Brothers at $108 billion, trumping the $82 billion that Netflix has put in. Now, for those of you who don't know what a hostile takeover bid is basically they are now bypassing the board of directors and going straight to the shareholders and saying this is a better deal, and it may force WB's hand to sell to Paramount. So we'll have to wait and see how this ends up going. But yeah, this fight is not over. This could last for months still to come. But yeah, stay tuned and we'll let you know how that ends up going. But yeah, I mean, David Ellison over there is definitely not letting this go. He definitely wants all the IP that Warner Brothers has to offer, like we ran down last week. So do you have any thoughts on that? Paramount maybe kind of going a little above and beyond, as it were. Some people would say it's a little underhanded. I don't know. It's how you.
I wanted everything app. I'm tired of paying each of these stupid things monthly. Like, put it all under one and let me decide.
Yeah.
Like, I remember passwords, payments. Like, I'm done.
Why I don't do it anymore. To be honest, I just don't. But at least in this case, whether Netflix buys it or Paramount, either one's going to merge with their existing streaming service. So, HBO Max will probably eventually be gone. So you'll be one less, at least. How about that? It may not be all in one, but there you go.
And something Pat keeps alluding to is Elon wants to do something with X, with streaming. And Elon with the ESPN stuff and all of that, or not Elon, but Pat McAfee, he's very vocal about what he hates. and he is not a fan of all this stupid stuff with College Game Day and stuff with ESPN. So they have streamed it on X for free.
There you go.
So
that's the way it needs to be. I'm done with that.
Like your advertising, you've got to stop making your consumers pay for it all. Like, what's the point of having advertisers and shit? Like,
yeah. That's why I get so mad at WWE for constantly putting ads during their 3-hour pay-per-view, and you get maybe an hour worth of wrestling and stuff. It's like I can watch ads any other time. I don't need it during a. Imagine if you still paid for WWE pay-per-views right now. How much that? I mean, you do on like a service, I guess.
Yeah, you do. You have to have a service. So when they are also adding ads, like how much shit are they gonna shove down our throat?
But that's the thing. When they had their own thing, you had ads, but it justified because you were running your own. This is your own streaming.
Yeah, so like, it's paying for itself.
I don't mind the ads at that point. It is that's how you got to make money at this point. Yes, you get money, but you're not sustaining money. Once you get those initial buys for your app, that's your money up front right there. But now you have to sustain that. So that's where the ads come in. But on a platform like Netflix and Paramount and all these other ones, like where all this other revenue's coming in, and yet I'm still stuck with fucking constant ads.
On the flip side of that, the ad stuff running through WWE is obviously it's paying for WWE, probably not Netflix or something, but so that's probably where WWE's getting revenue. So I get that side of it, but as a consumer, it's just like, man, I don't need to be. I mean, Super Bowl is one thing. We watch the Super Bowl to watch these, creative ads. I don't need to necessarily see it on a pay-per-view that's 3 hours long when I could be actually enjoying the product. But that's just my opinion on it. So yeah. Kathy said that she does not pay for anything except for Prime when it comes to streaming services. And that's the way I was too for a long time too. I ended up just cutting all together because I got sick of it. And I think a lot more people are probably going to start doing that too because just it adds up too much. I mean, let's be honest.
Yeah.
And Prime I kept mostly for the free shipping. It wasn't so much Thursday Night Football. It was just the free Prime shipping. That's the whole reason I kept it for the most part.
Yeah, he's got to get his blow up dolls. As soon as possible.
Boy, why did he come in so hot on that one? Like, what did that? Dang, man. You know what? If you got an issue, let's talk. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like this shit seems
it's getting
personal.
Man, like I don't.
We did talk, and yeah, you were just not nice.
About what? Having to drive to work in the snow the other night? That's the only thing I remember.
No, that was just silly.
Oh, when did we talk? I don't remember what this is about. So anyway,
you made it personal, dude.
Apparently I did somehow or another.
It's on site.
Oh, the QB. That's different. I mean, I'm sorry Lamar Jackson is not nearly as good as he could be this year. That's not my fault. I mean, just saying.
They figured the fuck out.
Yeah. Tell them to get it together. You're Ravens. What is going on?
Aaron,
I'll have my people call his people, and we'll get that done.
Yeah, exactly.
Aaron, by next year, it'll be your third year?
Second year. Yeah, third year. You're right.
Okay, you can no longer ask the chat for dumb advice and not expect a dumb answer in return.
What the fuck?
Has he been doing that this year?
What dumb advice?
Should you get rid of Pittsburgh? Should you? The whole quarterback situation.
I thought he was being tongue in cheek.
Eric is going to take anything he can get his hands on.
Well, that's strategy. She just wait. You tell me you don't? I mean, that's the way it's supposed to go,
Well, no, I'm going to tell you what. I didn't do shit this year. I only looked for somebody when I needed them. It's probably why I'm in 7th and why you're in 1st. All I'm trying to say is, Aaron, you're on year 3. You got to figure it the fuck out. Yes, you can't keep getting mad at Eric for taking your quarterback and holding this grudge against him, or you're just going to be like Mike.
I mean,
wow!
She shot fires at everybody.
Man, Miranda walked.
My season's over. I don't have to be nice anymore.
Miranda walked into this conversation with chose violence. That's what happened. Like for real, man. I mean, Matt didn't even take a shot here. Like she was nice to Matt. So
yeah.
Yeah, Matt's in last place. He's did that to himself.
Fair.
Oh,
But Aaron, like, I do this out of fun. Where'd you go?
he left. He's upset.
Like, this is why I don't joke. Everybody takes me seriously, and then they don't want to argue.
No. It was just funny because I was telling this to Amber. I think it was like Amber and Shaitan and I was just like, when Miranda has something funny to say, she's gonna say it, and it's hilarious because it's almost like you don't expect it.
Mm-hmm. I have a filter that works pretty well.
Can you give some of that to Brandon? No, it's not
Brandon
transferable.
Yeah, no.
Doesn't work
like that.
But see, this is why I don't say everything. I see the karma that man pays for everything that comes out of his mouth. Like, he'll trip over air. And
oh, the universe gets me back. Don't worry. You may not see it, but no, it's coming.
He choked trying to say a compliment to Hannah.
Yeah, I tried to give somebody a genuine compliment and I almost fucking died. And I was like, well, that stops here.
So much for that. It's like when you eat like something healthy that tries to choke you, you're like a donut or a piece of pizza wouldn't have done that to me. You know what I mean? Like, but I eat celery and I'm like,
You know what? That is factual. Like, healthy food seems to get stuck in your throat more than like unhealthy food. I have never
mush.
I have never aspirated like a donut. But I know that I have been, chewing on some carrots, and then that little sliver of carrot just went down the wrong way, and then I am like gagging for like 10 minutes trying to get this out of my throat.
This is why I think it's all a scam. They're trying to tell you you'll get healthier, you'll be better off. No, we're going to murder you with these carrots. It's got nothing to do with making you feel better.
I'm with you. I'm with you on that. It's all a scam. It's not supposed to keep you healthy. It's supposed to kill you sooner.
And we'll charge you more for it because it's supposed to be healthy. So kills your body and your wallet. So
my God.
Boy, we got off on a big tangent on that one. But anyway, so yeah. Back on topic a little bit. Otherwise, we'll never get done tonight. But apparently, regardless what happens with Paramount, WB, and Netflix, James Gunn and Peter Safran, the heads over at DC Studios, have come out this week and said that they are staying the course and not changing their plans for the DCU. James Gunn says theatrical is important and remarkably well suited for DC films. And they plan on releasing films theatrically still, even though Netflix is at times said they want to go straight to streaming. Their contracts run until spring of 2027 for now. So by the time this acquisition is even done, their contracts are going to be up. So they could be renewed or whatever. So it's not going to affect anything in the short term. But I just want to say for now, this could all change. So, but hopefully the DCU will continue to stay on track because I think they're on the right track. You just got to give them a little time to build this universe out properly, and hopefully it'll be successful. We also, speaking of DC, we've got confirmation that apparently the Penguin season 2, which was a huge hit on HBO Max, is officially in the works over there, according to Bloomberg. So we're going to be getting yet another season, hopefully with Colin Farrell playing Oz Cobb or Oswald Cobblepot, whatever you want to call him there, and Penguin season 2. So there's a spinoff to the Batman franchise. So very well done television series here, and hopefully we'll get more of it, no doubt. Zootopia 2 was just released in theaters around Thanksgiving. And what has it been? It was about 3 weeks or so, 2.5 weeks, 3 weeks. And Zootopia 2 has already surpassed the $1 billion mark at the box office. So for those of you who say movie theaters are dead, and even I've been speculative of that, apparently if it's the right movie, people will go. And especially children's movies where you got to take the kids and things like that. $1 billion. That's and the amount of time it took to get there was very short. So whatever, I didn't think this movie would be that popular. Obviously, the first one, I'm not saying it's not good or anything, but wow, people wanted to come see this. So $1 billion for Zootopia 2. So congrats to Disney on that one. I think it is Disney, isn't it? Pretty sure it's a Disney movie. But anyhow, either way, for the Hunger Games, Sunrise on the Reaping, the prequel.
Boo!
That is coming to theaters next year.
Boo!
Even though it's a prequel, we are getting Jennifer Lawrence and Josh Hutcherson back for this film. I'm imagining this is going to be like a flash forward type situation or whatever it might be for the prequel. But either way, the two main actors are coming back from the original 4 films that they did for this prequel film. So we'll see how that ends up going. So interesting to note there. We also got Daisy Ridley saying in Star Wars news that Adam Driver revealing that Disney axed his Star Wars movie, The Hunt for Ben Solo, was the big surprise of the year. She thought that was incredible that Disney ended up not going with the idea to have a movie for the search for Adam Driver's character, Ben Solo, even though he died in episode 9. I think this would have had to been changed before episode 9 come out. And maybe you could have looked for him after that movie was over if he had survived. She also went on to state that the Rey movie that she's got coming out is going to be worth the wait, she says. Now, a lot of sequel detractors are probably going to go, yeah, sure. But I have nothing against the Rey character. I hope whatever they do end up doing with her or any of those sequel legacy characters moving forward, hopefully they will be written right and done well this time. That's all I can say on that. So, yeah, we'll see what Star Wars has in store. And last but not least, in the world of movies tonight, The Lord of the Rings, The Hunt for Gollum, which has a theater release date. I believe it's in 2027, around the same time as Avengers Secret Wars. It has now been confirmed that Viggo Mortensen, who played Aragorn in the Lord of the Rings trilogy, will not be returning to reprise his role as Aragorn in the Hunt for Gollum, even though the actor who played Gollum, who was also directing this movie, and of course Frodo and Gandalf, they're all coming back, but Viggo Mortensen will not return to play his original characters, which sucks.
I mean, he did not age well.
Yeah, he's probably the one who aged. It seemed like he aged the worst. That's coming from with Ian McKellen in his 80s at this point. But you can cover him up with the beard and the stuff with Gandalf and all that, so it's a little different. So they're going to have a younger actor here playing him here. Now, at the same time, this takes place like, I don't know, what about 10 years, like a 10-year span or so between this and when you see him in the Lord of the Rings, Fellowship of the Ring, I think, around in there. So it can be done, I think, and work still. But replacing Viggo Mortensen's performance is going to be the hard part, I think. But either way, I'm looking forward to see who they end up casting in this role. Good luck.
As long as they remind him not to kick helmets, because that's not good for anybody.
Yeah. If those of you don't know, he kicked a helmet in the movie, or in the shooting, and broke his foot, toe, something to that effect. And the scream he has when he goes down to his knees, it's an actual scream, I'm sure, because I'm sure it hurts. Yeah. So a little fun fact, movie tidbit there for you for sure. But yeah, any thoughts on this stuff, Lord of the Rings fans, or all that other stuff we went through there on Zootopia?
I wouldn't mind
DC,
seeing the Zootopia movie, but like,
yeah.
Not gonna see it.
I wasn't that deep in the whole Lord of the Ring thing. I honestly forgot about the
You're trash about that.
Doing the movie.
I didn't like him at first, but I love him now.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. It's not like I haven't watched him. I just haven't like kept up with them enough to know, like, again, that they were doing this movie. Hell, you gotta
finish the Hobbit trilogy, though. You never watched that. You never finished it.
I thoroughly enjoyed the Decimation of Smaug. That, to me, and it was literally because of the dragon. Like, he was one of the best parts.
Voiced by?
That was the least grossing movie of the 3.
Then it probably stands why it was one of my favorites. Because
the dragon, Smaug, voiced by Benedict Cumberbatch, aka Doctor Strange. Yeah, so also fun.
AKA Sherlock Holmes, AKA the Grinch, AKA he's got a bunch, man.
Of course, everybody
does. Grinch too.
Sure. In the animated one that they did recently.
I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm. Sure was. And Mike said in the chat, another Lord of the Rings movie. Thank God, another cure for insomnia. That's hateful, hater. That's I know you're not a fan, but no, this one actually takes place.
Mike, you're trash too.
Yeah, and this Hunt for Gollum actually kind of takes place during the Fellowship of the Ring in a way. So I'll be interested to see how they end up writing this and where that place is, like in a watch order, maybe before Fellowship. I'm guessing it's about the only place you could put it. So yeah, curious to see how that ends up playing out for sure.
So real quick, it's still on movies. Me and Aaron were listening to this podcast we normally listen to, and they were doing this game show where they were doing a game. And the question was, it's called like herd mentality or whatever. It's like if you write down an answer, see if everybody can guess the right answer, essentially. And the question was, what is the most popular Star Wars movie? And we were thinking about it, and I go, I was like, I can't answer that question because, like, I don't know that much about Star Wars.
I think it depends. Most, especially old school Star Wars fans, will say the original trilogy at least. And even out of that, most people will say Empire. But it just depends on what generation. A lot of kids who grew up with the 20 years or so ago prequels, I would say out of those bunch, Revenge of the Sith's the best one. But it just depends. And I'm sure there's going to be kids in 20 years who think the sequels are good. I don't know what's wrong with them, but no, don't get me wrong. They weren't
yeah, those kids will have mental problems for sure.
They weren't terrible. They just weren't great. But
no, they were terrible.
Fair enough. I mean, they weren't tip top. I mean, I'm hopeful that some of the stuff they're doing now will actually eclipse that. But yeah, we'll see what ends up going. Well, Star Wars is in an interesting spot, kind of like DC was a few years ago. But they just got to figure out what they're doing, and I hope they come to that point sooner rather than later. This year's got this coming year's got some potential though. They got that Darth Maul animated series, which I think could be really good. The Mandalorian and Grogu movie could be good, and then Ahsoka season 2's got potential to set up more Thrawn stuff, which I'm looking forward to. So yeah, it's got potential this year. So I'm interested to see what they end up doing. So. All right, let's move on from the world of movies. Before we do that, Kathy said, I'm going to need Aaron to be this vocal at work about how he feels 100 for sure. So I guess can't get Aaron to talk about ideas, huh? I don't know if you got anything to say about that, Aaron. But yeah.
I'm too mentally drained at work to have anything to say. So.
Yeah, we've all been there for sure. Shoot, there's been times a lot lately. I don't know why. Like,
I don't think you have.
It's been
I don't think you have.
You know,
I have.
it's been a interesting.
Miranda has for sure.
Okay. Oh, why haven't I? Like, okay, I don't get it.
Because Eric, you've never assumed the role of a.
Oh, fair enough.
Leader.
And nor do I intend to. So I learned a long time ago. No offense to anybody who's done it or is doing it currently. But I've just learned a long time ago, I'm staying out of it. So, and that's fine with me. I don't mind it. So I've been asked, just never wanted to do it.
Hey, just for the record though, I didn't ask for this. I didn't apply for it. I was under the assumption that there was not going to be any leader and everybody was just supposed to do their job. And that was it. But then all of a sudden, Aaron's in charge.
Can you get me a water?
Yeah.
So that's fun.
I'd have been like, wait, no, time out. Nah, that's not how this works. This ain't no democracy.
Yeah.
But anyway, I feel for you, brother. I'm sorry about that.
It is.
But you've been giving me crap.
Yeah, he's got to take it out on somebody because
apparently I drew the short straw. But anyway, for sure. All right, let's get into the world of sports here. How about that? And then we'll get into politics and we'll get out of here.
No.
Yeah, you know. As painful as this, I'm sure is going to be for a couple people here, I've got to mention it because it's a world of sports. I'm sorry. Ohio State fans, hide your wives, hide your kids. But Indiana, it's Ohio State and is now our Big Ten championship too, because the Indiana Hoosiers defeated the Ohio State Buckeyes 13-10 last Saturday to win the championship. And of course, this is the program's first 13-win season of all time. It is also the first Big Ten championship for the Indiana Hoosiers since 1967 and the first outright since 1945. And it is their first win versus Ohio State since 1988. So this was a big deal for Indiana Hoosiers fans, obviously, and of course, those of us who live here in Indiana. Most people, obviously, outside of a couple people who came from Ohio, definitely found this to be great here for the state and, of course, for the city and all that sort of stuff like that. So the 2005 Indiana Hoosiers are your Big Ten champions, and we'll have to wait and see how things go for Ohio State and for Indiana, obviously, in the college football playoff bracket. But we'll have to see how that goes. As of course, we weren't the only ones excited here. Here's if I can get the video to load up. Maybe I can refresh here and maybe get this to work because my internet's being buggy. Yeah, so another dude who was very excited about this was, of course, Pat McAfee. in his suite, shirtless.
I guess there was a bunch of Ohio fans talking about his ripped jeans and yeah.
But he's having a good time. You know how Pat does things for sure. For all that good stuff. So it's good to see for Hoosier fans. Sucks for Buckeye fans. I'm trying to be diplomatic here, but like I told you guys, I watched this game with you, and I told Brandon, I was like, you know what though, if Ohio State goes on to win the national title for the second year in a row, this is not going to mean that much to Ohio, in the long run. But it's a big deal for the Indiana Hoosiers. So we'll see how the Hoosiers do. I don't know if anybody's going into this thinking the Hoosiers will win the whole thing. I think a lot of Hoosiers fans are hoping that'll happen, but it'll be a good, tough 3-game stretch to do so, regardless who they end up playing. And they may see Ohio State yet again, but they would have to see them in the college football championship. So we'll see if we run it back one more time in a neutral site outside of. I'm assuming it probably wouldn't be in Indiana this time. So, yeah. Kathy said OHIO. Oh, hi. Oh, oh, hi. Oh. Yeah, go Hoosiers. And then Mike said, all seriousness, I feel bad for the Ohio State kicker. No doubt.
Oh, my God.
And if you saw that kick, it went left. And the kick before that even went left, and it knuckleballed back in earlier in the game. This one did not come back in, though. And a chip shot by all accounts, and just didn't work this time. But it almost feels like what if Ohio State were to play Indiana again, we come to the national championship game, and it comes down to an Ohio State kick to win the game. Then Ohio State would win this one. You know what I mean? It's interesting, to say the least. So, thoughts on this? I know it's heartbreak for you guys, but elation for Bloomington.
I mean, if you're a football fan, if you're a casual football fan, you would have hated this game because it was a very defensively played game. Both defenses weren't willing to give up enough for either side. I mean, that's why it was literally 10-13. Like, this game was, raw accounts, it was a really good game, though. Like, it was a very good game. But
now, if you like scoring, you're probably going to think, it's boring. But from a defensive aspect,
but that's what it was for both of their seasons. High scoring games to these mediocre schools.
And then when they came up against each other, it was literally
a little bit.
You saw why they were 1-2. Like, legitimately, you saw why they were 1-2. And as much as I want to, you guys earned that win. It was what it was. Yeah, if our kicker wouldn't have done this, then this outcome. But the same can be said on the other side of the ball. If that wouldn't have went through, then we would have you know what I mean? Like, it was 3 points that separated the game, and but it was way closer than that the whole game.
Well, me and Brandon were watching it, and I think Brandon even said it's going to come down to who makes the first mistake, basically, or who makes that mistake. And it turned out to be the touchdown pass to Surratt, in my opinion. That was the one I thought was kind of gave the Hoosiers the lead, and they never looked back. But both kickers on one kicker on both sides of the ball, they both missed a field goal, so it kind of bit of a wash there a little bit. I mean, it's just the way it goes sometimes. And of course, with this win, with the Hoosiers beating Ohio State, Indiana now vaults to the number 1 top team in the nation. As we've been saying for weeks, in order to get that number 1 spot, they would have to defeat Ohio State. So now it looks like Indiana will play in the Rose Bowl on January 1st, New Year's Day, against the winner of Alabama and Oklahoma. So we'll see how that goes. And Ohio State, what is that? Texas A&M, is that University of Miami, I believe. So they'll get the winner there. And again, like I said, maybe they play again in the national title game. But Georgia's in there, Oregon's up. There's some good teams here. So
and these games right here, these are gonna be the fucking games right here.
The Army Navy games, I want to watch that.
Those are always fun.
Tomorrow at 3, isn't it?
Is it?
Yeah,
that'd be fun to watch. Then I'll have to check that one out.
Hey, real quick question. When do you think Space Force will get their own football team?
I mean, you know what? That'd be something. I mean, they're not college per se, but I mean, I don't know. Army and Navy don't really have a college, do they? It's just it shows how much I know about college. Okay.
I don't know. I worked with a guy that played basketball for the Army. And he didn't talk about going to college or
it's probably like recruits and things like
I think that's what it is, but I think it's I know they go to college.
It's probably like high school,
but I don't know
high schoolers that
like ROTC program type shit.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. I mean, a lot of people watching college are like just face palming right now, thinking how they don't know this.
We could be completely wrong on that.
I mean,
I don't know.
Yeah.
Fucking tell us if you're in the comments thinking about how retarded we are then.
Yeah, like
Yeah, well,
I wonder if it's
it'll be the first time.
like,
Sure.
I wonder if it's part of
Student-
like your recruitment thing where like would you go to basic and would you stay on base or
Okay.
whatever?
So
where
they
if
are
there is, like, a
students.
college program. So they are students.
Okay, for at least Army, they're student athletes that attend U.S. Military Academy at West Point. So they're not yet enlisted soldiers. So it's something like that, which is kind of what I figured it was. But yeah, I mean, like I said, I was like, there ain't no college. So anyway, but it was just kind of an interesting thought for sure. Kathy said that she's still here tonight. Can you believe that? Yeah, we're glad to have you. If you stick around a little bit longer, you'll be actually here for the news and politics stuff that I know you're more interested in for certain. So yeah. Mike said, regardless how the playoffs go, I'm happy because I never thought I'd live to see a season like this as a longtime IU fan. And those years where we were just terrible, even just up to about 3 or 4 or 5 years ago, we were bad. Then Signetti come in there and completely turned the program around, I should say. And yeah, we've not looked back yet. So I'm hoping that Signetti sticks around. I still think that had Terry Hepner not unfortunately passed away, I think we could have been a good team there. Maybe not to the level of Signetti, I don't know, but that was an unfortunate thing there, and it set IU back a lot of years. But I'm happy to see them having success now. And like Mike said, most people around here never thought it would happen, ever. If you followed IU football, we were one of the worst in college football for sure. So
I just got to remind you what happened soon after that with the Colts quarterback.
That's what I'm about to go to in just a second. So before we do that, though, your boy, speaking of pain, we're all dealing with it right now. TJ Watt apparently ended up having to go to the hospital on Wednesday after practice, and apparently he's now been ruled out for Monday Night Football this weekend, most likely longer, as the Steelers' star pass rusher successfully underwent surgery Thursday to repair a partially collapsed lung that he sustained after a dry needling session at the team's practice facility. So I don't know how this happened per se.
Well, he gets them all the time. They like AJ was talking. Sometimes you get them weekly, and this is just a freak. Something that could happen, but he could be out for a
season, maybe. I mean, that doesn't
like
sound like
next year.
Yeah, all next year, even. Oh man,
yeah,
man, that's crazy.
But yeah, this season be bad enough. They definitely need him for that playoff push they're trying to make.
Aaron, you may not want to keep TJ this
year. Yeah, TJ might be a guy you drop eventually this year for sure. Or just leave on your team and don't keep him next year for sure. But yeah, I don't know. But yeah, this is sad news to hear. We hate to hear that. So well wishes to TJ Watt. No doubt about it. No, I don't ever want to see any player get hurt, even if it's like Tom Brady, and I'm not a fan of him at all. Never wanted to see him get hurt. I wanted to beat him at his best. You know what I mean? And speaking of getting hurt, Joe Burrow this week hinted that he could possibly be leaning toward retirement sooner rather than later. He said, if I want to keep on doing this, I have to have fun doing this. You know, I've been through a lot. If it's not fun, then what am I doing it for? Of course, he's had a lot of injuries behind that Bengals offensive line. And I know another player who had similar issues with that. And we know that for Indianapolis Colts fans has not gone well for us since when Andrew Luck had to unfortunately retire due to injury. So it feels like Andrew Luck 2.0 in Cincinnati. It really does. And I hope that's not the case. But Joe Burrow's been through it. And guys, if you're an owner of an NFL team, protect your quarterbacks clearly. And granted, things can happen in freak situations too. But you know, the better you protect them, the better off they'll be, no doubt. And if you don't, you just can't win games that way. And speaking of losing games, the Indianapolis Colts, for what is it, like the 10th or 11th season straight now, went down to Jacksonville this last weekend and lost yet again in pretty bad fashion, really, as the Jacksonville Jaguars won 36-19 on top of their starting quarterback, Daniel Jones, tearing his Achilles tendon. And a lot of people were stating, well, this is because the Colts did not rest him on the fractured fibula that he had on his other leg, and he probably put more weight on the right leg than he maybe should have to compensate, and it led to him tearing his Achilles. Maybe not, or it could have just been a freak injury, as they sometimes do happen. Either way, this definitely sets the Indianapolis Colts back when it comes to who's going to be the signal caller here. Because if you remember, Riley Leonard, who come in, the rookie quarterback out of Notre Dame, also sustained a strained knee in this game in substitution of Daniel Jones. And then, of course, Anthony Richardson got hurt earlier this season, is still on IR by using an elastic banned and he ended up breaking his orbital bone. So he's probably maybe even done for the season. So that leaves the Colts with Brett Rippon, which I'm sorry, you start him, you're losing regardless. And to be honest, no matter who the Colts start, they may lose, even if it is poor Grandpa Phil that we end up getting here. But before we do that, though, apparently Indianapolis is cursed because you got Daniel Jones goes down. Caitlin Clark of the Fever have also been hurt. And, of course, Tyrese Halliburton for the Pacers also tore his Achilles in the championship series in the NBA this last spring. So, yeah, this has been a rough year for Indianapolis fans, no doubt. Indiana's doing okay when it comes to IU at the moment. Of course, they also lost their defensive end, giving high fives after winning the Big Ten championship this last week. Their star defensive end for the Hoosiers also got hurt and is done for the season.
Wait, what?
Apparently he was like doing like celebratory stuff after winning with fans, and he jumped up and he tore something. Reminds me of Bob Sanders doing the flex for the Colts, and then he tore his bicep by flexing too hard a few years back. You remember that? So yeah, the star defensive player for the Hoosiers also got hurt leading into the tournament. So again, Miranda put it in the chat, because Mike was going off in the chat going, who's yours? And she's like, this is the karma you get for overexcited, being unsportsmanlike, maybe. I mean, I don't know if this is karma or not, but it's not good.
It's like the universe has to balance it out. They gave you the IU win, but now we have to just check some balances, right?
Yeah.
We gave you the IU win. Now here's the balance.
Yeah.
Stop fucking around, okay?
I don't want Ohio State to win if that's the way life's going to be.
That's the way karma works. I'm good.
Indiana's had it rough, especially when the Pacers have, it's been years since they've been this good, and then the Fever, obviously, and then of course the Colts have been bad since Luck retired, basically. So yeah, well, here comes the savior, though, potentially for the Colts, though.
Don't do that,
Grandpa.
Don't you fucking do that. Okay?
I'm kidding. I don't actually believe that.
I've been so mad about this since they announced it. Yeah.
Okay.
Dude, what did we get the first time with Rivers? Like
a playoff?
Let's be real here.
He went to the playoffs the last time with Rivers.
We were already set up to do that. Now,
I know. Well, we supposedly are now.
Yeah,
we're supposed to be, but I see what you're saying, though, because it's like going back to the tried and true thing that the Colts have. Well, it's not tried and true; it's terrible, actually. But they go back to the same well to where it's like, let's go get an aging quarterback who's got experience, right? The only reason that I think this is happening with Phillip Rivers, just not because he was here once before already. He was the last quarterback to take us to a playoff berth, and we lost the Buffalo Bills in the first round. But Phillip Rivers played under Shane Steichen with the San Diego Chargers. And Shane Steichen and Phillip Rivers, Rivers has been coaching a high school team with his son using the exact same system that the Colts currently run. So Shane Steichen thinks that Phillip Rivers at least has knowledge of the system and can run it on very little practice and teaching and mentoring. So I think that's why they're bringing him in here. It's not mental. The question is whether or not Rivers can still do it physically at the age of 44. Now, granted, Brett Favre played till he was like 45, but that last year of Brett Favre was not good either. Of course, Brett had a tendency to kind of just throw things up on a wing and a prayer sometimes. And Rivers is probably not going to be the most mobile guy out there. But I also thought it was kind of funny that they asked Aaron Rodgers of the Steelers about this signing, and Rodgers goes, "Well, at least I'm not the oldest quarterback in the league or oldest player in the league anymore." Love that. So he was having a bit of fun with it. So yeah, Rivers is 44. I'm with Brandon. I think the Colts lose their next 4 games regardless of who is the quarterback. I'm not thinking at all that this is going to correct the ship, because we were losing with Daniel Jones even, okay, the last month or so. So any other thoughts on Phillip Rivers? I know he wasn't thrilled with it, Brandon.
He hasn't played football in 5 years.
I understand. That's another problem. Yeah.
I was going to ask what he's been up to these days. Never mind.
Coaching his son's high school team, basically. But like I said, he knows the system. That's a plus. But, yeah, not to mention you got to go to Seattle Sunday on 3 days of practice. You also got the next 2 weeks after that hosting San Francisco, hosting the Jags, and you got the Texans. All 4 top defenses. So good luck, buddy. Now, they've not named him the starter yet, I don't believe. I can see that maybe happening tomorrow.
I'm about to say, who else they're going to fucking name?
Well, it'd be Riley Leonard probably if his knee's ready to go. That'd be it. Ripping, we're going to get blown out if that happens. We may get blown out anyway, but this is a break glass in case of emergency type situation is what this is.
This was one of those Like this schedule, the ending schedule for the Colts couldn't have come at a worse fucking time. Like,
yeah. It's like we traded for Sauce Gardner, gave up our first round picks for the next 2 years, and all of a sudden the wheels fell off. That's what it feels like that happened. And
we gave up all that capital for Sauce, and
then now what? If
he's hurt.
If Daniel Jones can't go next year, because right now an Achilles tear is around 9 to 10 months or longer, that's putting him up right at the beginning of the season next year, if not into further. What do you do at the beginning of the season or long term?
You got to think about it too. He's also healing a fractured tibia. That's 2 injuries, 2 vital injuries that he's going to be healing. So, like, it's not like you might as well double the recovery time.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, like some of us sneeze and pull a muscle in our back and take 2 weeks off of work. Like,
these guys are getting hit the equivalent of like car crashes, slow car crashes, but car crashes nonetheless. And now you have to heal from these.
Now, from Phillip Rivers' perspective, though, okay, I'm 44 years old. They call me. Let's see if it's like, what do you got to lose? You got 4 weeks. If you don't make the playoffs, you play 4 games, you go home. It's a challenge for him to see.
This man was in line and in talk for the Hall of Fame, which that's going to have to wait now.
It'll wait another 5 years if that's the case. Yeah.
He wasn't really retired, but he was literally leaning towards like just retiring. Like,
no, he was retired. It's just, but he said that played no sway into his decision, the Hall of Fame. They can wait another 5 years, I guess. But yeah, this is a bad situation all the way around. But we'll see how it goes. I'm at least intrigued with Rivers. If it was ripping, I wouldn't even watch Sunday. I'll tell you that right now. And this is still going to not be great, I don't think. But yeah, it's just, I don't know. Miranda, do you have a thought there? Look like you want to say something.
I was just going to say, Cena is getting up there in age too, and he's going to go out there and put on a hell of a match. So maybe Rivers being rested for 5 years is.
I love they asked him at the press conference. They asked Rivers, so what do you currently weigh right now? And he's like, to be quite honest with you, I don't know. But I promise you it's not what I was the last time I walked out the field in Buffalo. So at least he was honest. You got to love him for that.
5 years to get comfortable, man. Relax.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably not – he may not look, as heavy as the hefty lefty in New York there for a long time there, but
he's a grandpa, for God's sake.
Yeah, a grandpa, legitimately. Like
another story from Pat's show today. He was talking about his first time he got to commentate a match or, a show. And it was because they were all stuck in Saudi Arabia. And they didn't have anybody else to work the show. It's kind of like Phillip Rivers. Everybody else is broken, so we need somebody. So
Cena got his shot because Undertaker was hurt or something, and he couldn't go. And he went out there against Kurt Angle.
And I remember he got that rub from Taker in the back too. Gave him that, the handshake's like, good job, bro.
You know what? You're right. You're right, Miranda. You're right. You, John, you're right. I need to be more optimistic in this aspect.
I'm not that optimistic.
Shut up, Eric.
I'm just saying.
Eric.
With Daniel Jones, who was playing pretty good this year, we lost 4 out of our last 5 games. I don't know if Rivers is going to make that much of a difference, but I would rather have him there than the other options we currently have. I'll say that.
Then you should be more optimistic.
Well, I got to see it first.
If Rivers, I mean, look, at the end of the day, if he can get no, never mind. Those defenses.
That lasted all 5 seconds. But yeah, you know what? 4:00 on Sunday. It's going to be interesting to see. 4:25 is the game on Sunday on the East Coast for the Colts and the Seahawks for sure. Not a safe environment there in Seattle, so that's going to be something.
Hey, someone going to stream that?
We could probably do that around here if you want to.
Probably do that. Yeah.
We'll talk. We'll talk. Mike said, look up the NFL kicker, I believe, for the Cardinals, who tore an ACL celebrating a made field goal to make it a 3-0 game in the first quarter. Really, I don't remember that one. You put your body out there. You gave it your all, and Daniel Jones did that. But
the one guy for the 49ers in the Super Bowl, where he was on the sidelines, getting ready to go back in the game.
Yeah, he was jumping up and down.
His back feet and tore his fucking Achilles. Oh, that's
kind of what happened to that Stephen Daly for the Hoosiers. Basically, like I said, was just random. It don't take much, man. Our bodies, as strong as they can be, they are fragile at times for sure. Now, when it comes to Philip Rivers' grandpa Phil getting signed, not everybody was thrilled about that, including Cam Newton. Cam Newton said it was almost like a slap to my face that they didn't call me at age 36 instead of Philip Rivers. But like I said, this is all about Philip Rivers knowing the system already. So Cam Newton needs to chill. First of all, Cam Newton wasn't good at all when he left the NFL, number one. And then, of course, we also got Shannon Sharp coming out and saying you'd rather dust off a 44-year-old retiree than even dial up Colin Kaepernick's number. That's not evaluating quarterbacks. That's running from the truth, and everybody can see it. Again, it's not about – first of all, Colin Kaepernick comes with his own set of baggage, as Cam Newton as well. That's part of the reason. And the Colts organization doesn't normally go after players like that, number one. And again, it's about Rivers knowing the system. That's what it all came down to. Had nothing to do with this other stuff. So Shannon Sharp, and I'm sorry, him and Cam Newton, I think they're both wrong in this instance. They are.
But they both clarified that fact too, that he was part of the Steichen system. This is
okay. Well, fair enough
for people to hang on to what they said and then go no further. I listened to, so I get what you're saying, and I get why people would be upset. But if you listen to everything in full context, they clarify why Rivers is probably chosen.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough then. That's fair enough for sure. Mike said real quick, going back to college football, what's the opinion of Notre Dame missing the playoffs and declining a bowl game? Yeah, I mean, I kind of see it from both sides in some respects, because Notre Dame's got a bit of a gripe because a 3-loss team got in ahead of Notre Dame, who only has 2 losses. But at the same time, on the flip side of that, a lot of people are saying if Notre Dame wants to get in, they should join a conference. I get both sides of that argument. I do.
You don't want to join a conference. Why? Because you probably get smacked up by 90% of the fucking teams after that. That's on you. So you want to deprive the kids who work their ass off a bowl game because you want to stand on or die on a hill that literally makes no sense. When your basketball team's in a conference, your
that's true.
Hockey team's in a conference. I don't know if you have a baseball team, but I do believe they do. It's also in a conference, but your football team isn't.
Interesting. And I'm sure there's different opinions on that too. I can, like I said, I just kind of see it on both sides, so I'm kind of staying out of it. But at the same time, yeah, it's an interesting situation there for sure. But everybody's going to have an opinion on Notre Dame for sure. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. We'll see how it goes up going for them in the future. But it's raw. As a Hoosier fan, I'm not gonna lie to you. The team that beat us last year in the tournament, kind of glad they're not in this one. That way, we don't have to worry about them. But at the same time, I'm sure there'll be other teams just as difficult. So, but dadgummit, let's freaking go. Philip Rivers is a member of the Colts now. We'll see if they sign him off that practice squad. If he stays on the practice squad and does not activate it,
crazy.
But if he doesn't cuss because he's Catholic. But but yeah, but if he stays on the practice squad and he's not signed to the active roster, that Hall of Fame 5-year does not reset. But if he's activated to the roster, yes, he will have to wait an additional 5 years to go to the Hall of Fame. So we'll see how that goes for sure. But here's the current playoff position for the NFL right now before Thursday night's game. The Denver Broncos with number 1 seed in the AFC, the LA Rams with the number 1 seed in the NFC. The Bucs are probably going to, yeah, I think that actually, they did drop off the number 4 seed because the Panthers now hold the division lead right now with the Bucs loss on Thursday Night Football.
That is wild.
Yeah, the Carolina Panthers right now would be in the playoffs. And of course the Colts are just outside this in the 8th seed with Houston and Jacksonville. We could definitely use some losses in the division, and the Colts got to hold serve whenever they do play them as well. So it's heating up there for sure with only a few weeks to go. Like I said, Thursday night we had the Falcons defeat the Bucs 29-28 on a last-second field goal on the back of Kyle Pitts. The tight end who had 3 touchdown catches and 166 yards, and nobody in our fantasy football league even had him on his roster because he's usually not that good. But Kirk Cousins found him last night for sure. So if you want a tight end, he's available in our league, no doubt about it. So go get him while you can, and that'll lead us to this week's picks.
Somebody already snatched his ass up.
Not yet, because I looked this afternoon. He's still out there. Because I was curious who had his 40-point fantasy night. Nobody did. but this week there's only 4 of us playing anyway in the playoffs. So yeah, but we'll have to wait till next week for sure. Mike said Al Michaels was sure excited about that game ending. Yeah, he was just happy to see a good game on Thursday for sure. Kathy's still hanging on. We're getting there.
Can we? That's something that needs to fucking get there. These primetime games, some of them are not good, and you can tell which ones are not fucking good.
It's usually the Thursday games because they got no time to recover. Yeah. Usually it's got to give them a little more time than just 3 days to repair their bodies, Well, so that means we actually, as a podcast, 5-2 took the Tampa Bay Buccaneers over the Atlanta Falcons. We got that wrong. Dan and Aaron at the bottom of the standings here got that one right, so they'll get a little bump there. Miranda jumped 2 spots to second place this week by having 10 correct. Everybody else had 7 or fewer. So Miranda smoked everybody last week when her picks. Me, I think I only had 4 right. And Matt, we didn't do much better, so we dropped a spot each. So Miranda won the week as well as jumped in the standings. So Brandon, she's tied with you now, buddy. Hot on your tail for sure. And when it comes to Baltimore at Cincinnati, we got the Bengals. We're going 5-2 over the Ravens. Even Aaron, the Ravens fan, once again did not take Baltimore. Imagine that one right there. So with Joe Burrow potentially in this one against Lamar Jackson, who did not practice most of the week, probably going to play, but
he's not going to play.
Is he not? You don't think so this time?
No, I'm pretty sure I read something that said he was not going to play.
Okay, well, I know he wasn't practicing.
It was a minor injury, but they were like, I don't know what it was, but it was a minor injury that they're like, we didn't want to exacerbate it, so he's not going to play.
That's very possible. That's very possible for sure. Let's see what it says here. Well, if he does, and Aaron's probably thinking even if he does play, he's not going to play. So says here he's not. Says here he's not on the final report. So sounds like he is going to play. Should be set to be whatever version of himself he can muster. So they're going to play him. Sounds like whether or not you want to play him on fan. Well, you're already eliminated. No offense, but no shade. We're for real. But yeah. Kathy's like, I think I just love hearing y'all's voices. So glad to still your ear.
I didn't get last, so it's all that matters.
I genuinely like. I don't know if Aaron has ever talked about football as much as he's talked about, but like as he has since doing this. But hearing him bitch about the Ravens is one of the best things in the world to me. Like to hear him vent about the Ravens on the way to work or whatever is hilarious.
Well, speaking of bad teams, I guess that's the best segue I can come up with. So no offense to the Ravens fans, but the Raiders,
they're not a bad team. It just seems like
they are a bad team.
No, they're not a bad team. It just
a bad team.
In the eyes of a Steeler, for sure, they will always be a bad team. But they're not a bad team. They just, for whatever reason, have just given up. So
because they know they're bad.
No,
that's the point.
They were in the playoffs last year.
Last year was last year.
Yeah.
But they went out. So was Kansas City.
But Kansas City got there. Kansas City got there because the system wanted them to be there. They didn't earn that spot, but the Ravens earned their spot in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Did they though? Because they got to the playoffs and shit the bed immediately.
They did, but hey, we've already talked about this, Brandon, where it's just they have this like the kind of stage fright thing where they get into the big game and it's like they don't know how to handle it, so they choke.
Because they don't know how to be there because they shouldn't be.
Wow. I ain't saying nothing because my Colts team sucks right now. So
I know, man. I'm only projecting.
Yeah, why are you
talking? I'm hurt right now. Like I'm hurt.
Yeah. When was last time Colts been to the playoffs?
5 years ago.
Hey, tell Lamar to fucking win one. All right, at least we've done that.
Yeah, we've won the Super Bowl since you have. I think.
Yeah,
no, I
so
think you got to.
fucking,
no, you got.
No, we won one in 2013. When was the last time you guys won a Super Bowl?
2006. Right. Yeah, you're right. My bad.
Yeah, fuck you.
He goes, yeah, bro. Fair enough. It's late. My memory recollection is not the greatest, but anyway, what my memory is good at remembering though, starting quarterback for the Las Vegas Raiders this week, Super Bowl winning quarterback Kenny Pickett is going to face his former team, the Philadelphia Eagles, in Philly this week. And Dan, my buddy Dan, is the only one brave enough to take him and the Raiders because everybody else is taking the Eagles. Despite the Eagles losing last week, the Raiders are. I don't
Super
expect
Bowl winning is crazy.
Yeah, the fact that he's got a ring by just being on that team is interesting. But hey, he's going against his former team this week. The most of us think the Eagles are going to win there. And I got a Matt, Dan, and Aaron. The Houston Texans are probably the most on fire team in the league right now. And some reason you guys choose the Arizona Cardinals to defeat them in Houston. You want to explain that one to me, Aaron?
Yeah, I don't know why you'd pick that one.
I just got the feeling that this is going to be an upset game.
I mean, that's always possible.
But it's not. The way
Not
that
always,
defense
but-
has been going, like legit, like the way these last few weeks since CJ has come back, Houston has just been like, I don't know, like a different fucking team. Like that defense is
yeah, it's on fire.
Yeah, but it's going to be one. I have a gut feeling, right? Then not to say much, but that's just what it was with this one. That this was going to be one of those games where a good team is going to be like, oh, this is a shitty team, so we're not going to put our best foot forward because we're going to beat them by not even really trying. And then by the time they realize that they're getting destroyed, it'll be too late and they'll win.
There you go.
That's happened a lot this season.
I mean, it has. I mean, and Arizona has had some interesting wins here and there, but
who was it that got beat by the Dolphins of all teams?
You're gonna mention Pittsburgh again, ain't you? No, wait, they played them this week. Sorry, my bad. It is late. Who got beat by the Dolphins?
It was a good team, but they got beat by the Dolphins for whatever reason.
Wasn't it Dallas that you're probably winning?
Maybe. We joke, but the Miami Dolphins are on a 4-game win streak, I believe. So, I mean, say what you want about the Dolphins right now.
But that's what I'm saying, though, is like the Dolphins for the longest time have been this kind of, or at least this season, have been kind of like a B-lister of teams, but yet they are beating teams now. So that's what I'm saying.
He's not wrong. Like the Falcons beat the Bucks. Like you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, that's why it's so hard to put my finger on who's actually going to the Super Bowl this year. Any given week, it seems like a good team can crap the bed. It's like there's not very many that are very consistent. New England maybe, but we talked last week about how New England may be a bit of a mirage. I mean, I don't know right now. I mean, nobody's standing out. Maybe the Rams, maybe, but they've lost some games here and there too. Denver's winning games. Maybe they shouldn't win sometimes. I don't know. I really don't know who's going to go to the Super Bowl.
Carolina is at the top. Like, what are we talking?
Top of the division. All of a sudden, this year's been weird.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah,
it's interesting.
The Jags been pouring it on fucking people,
and they've been pretty consistent. So yeah, I mean, maybe them. I mean, I don't know. But yeah, moving forward though, we're going to take the Chargers over the Kansas City Chiefs. Chargers have been kind of on fire a little bit as of late too, and Kansas City's still struggling. But at home in Kansas City, it's always tough to play there. But Brandon and Dan are still taking the Chiefs, still believing in Mahomes. Everybody else is going with the Chargers this week, 5-2. Even with
the only fucking person I believe in on that Chiefs team right now, because the damn sure ain't Travis Kelce.
Yeah, I agree with that. And Travis may be looking at retirement at the end of this season too. We'll have to wait and see. We're also a little bit split here on New England.
It needs to change from a maybe to just do it.
Just do it. Yeah, I'm fine with that. We got we're taking who is it? New England over Buffalo 4-3, but that's split. That one I think could legitimately go either way. Buffalo's been playing a bit better, but they're in New England. We're going to find out what this New England team is. I know they beat Buffalo already once this year, but that was early on. So we'll see how this ends up going too. We're also taking 5-2 Jacksonville over the Jets. Aaron and Dan once again going with that upset pick with the Jets, who are starting Brady. Is it Brady Cody? Is that his name? I can't remember his name. Some dude I've never even heard of, to be quite honest with you, at quarterback. So,
and that's probably why they'll win.
Yeah, probably.
Brady Cody is.
Yeah, is it Jets? Starting QB this week. I think it's Brady Cook. I'm sorry, Brady Cook. Yeah, I've never heard of him. But anywho, he's starting against the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Probably why they'll win. And
probably
he'll be the new starting quarterback for the Jets to lead them to a Super Bowl next year.
Yeah, you watch. That's probably what'll happen to. Hey, I'm rooting for the Jets this week. The Colts need the help. Go Jets. Go Cardinals. Go Jets. I'm rooting for both of them, but I just don't see it. We also got the Giants hosting the Washington Commanders, Redskins. So we got 5-2. We're taking the Giants. This is a dumpster fire, literally. We got too many injuries on both teams right now. Jay Daniels is out. Jackson Dart's going to play, but he's got banged up offensive weapons. Yeah, this is rough, but I think the Giants are going to pull this out because the Commanders. I don't know what's happened to them this year. They were so good last year. They're not good this year. It's just not good. Not a good situation. A lot of injuries there. We're all we got 2 sweeps on this whole list. I figured this would be one with the Browns going to the Chicago Bears, but Aaron had to be the thorn in the side and take the Browns over the Bears. Explain yourself. Like legit.
Honestly, this one was just a coin toss.
Really?
Yeah. Here's
Yeah.
the thing.
You should have coin tossed again.
We could shit on the Browns, but like if Dylan Gabriel starts, I do believe they would lose. They've seen more success with Shador than they have with Dylan. If the plan is to start Dylan, this game will be over. Their defense will hold for sure. Their defense, Myles Garrett is going to destroy. But that offense is not going to compete with them. If they start with Shador, though, it could be a closer game than we think it would be. But
here's the thing: Shador just lost a game to the Tennessee Titans last week.
They took him out of that game, by the way.
Oh, did they? I didn't see that.
That's why they lost. They were winning.
Why did they take him out for? Well, that's on Cleveland then. That's stupid. They've got it out for him. They really do. I don't know what it is. Much like how the Colts, I think, have it out for Anthony Richardson these days, but that's a whole other game.
As soon as he gets the chance to move to another team, he should, because they're not willing to do anything with
it. He doesn't want to. He has wanted to play for the Browns. Like he said that. Like he wanted to go there. It was either Cleveland or the Raiders. That's where he wanted to go. He got Cleveland. And he's willing to play for them, but they're not willing to use him because they're so headstrong on Dylan Gabriel, who has at this fucking point proven that he wasn't worth that 3rd round draft pick.
No, I don't think so either. I mean, it's only rookie years for both guys, so it's hard to really evaluate. But yeah, I mean, I don't understand the whole situation. I don't know why you take him if you're just not going to do anything with him. It makes no sense to me personally. But yeah, we'll see. The aforementioned Carolina Panthers, who were leading the division in the NFC South, they're going up against the New Orleans Saints in New Orleans. 5-2. We're taking the Panthers. Mike is taking the Saints, and so is Aaron. Upset special there. And Mike even mentioned in the chat, for someone that's missed a whole week of picks, I'm stunned I'm still not in last place. I told you have it, and you're only 1 good week behind catching up to the top of the leaderboard here. You really are. Imagine if he played that week, guys. We'd all look stupid, probably, at this point. So yeah, but anywho, Mike also said someone with a voodoo doll has it out for Anthony Richardson. Yeah, probably. I mean, since high school, that poor guy. Somebody's just like, like psycho. But anyway,
every time.
Every time.
Eric,
every
how
time.
much more do you got? Kathy's getting antsy.
I wrote 5 minutes, but yeah, just said I'm done. So she wants to get to the new stuff. We'll get to it. But anyway, we got the Detroit Lions at the Los Angeles Rams. We're taking the Rams 4-3. That's a good one that could go either way, really, in my opinion. But at Los Angeles, I think. But yeah, that could be a fun one, no doubt. And the Lions could put a dent in the Rams' number 1 seed hopes if that's the case. The one of the 2 sweeps we have, we're all taking Seattle against Indianapolis. This was before. Well, some of this was before Rivers a little bit here and there. So, but even so, I think we all kind of expect Seattle to roll it home. So we'll go with that. We're also 6-1. My buddy Dan had to be the sole person to take the Green Bay Packers. Everybody else is taking Denver and Denver. But I'm not going to lie to you here. This one could be interesting. Green Bay could win. They just beat the Bears. They look really good now with Jaden Reed returning from injury. So you never say never there. But I think Josh Jacobs may not play this game too. I think he ended up having procedures. So I don't know if he'll be in this as well. But either way, could be interesting there with Denver. And Denver's been winning some close ones. We're taking San Francisco 6-1 over the Titans. Aaron, again, taking the Titans over the 49ers in San Fran. That one, that's a bad pick. I'm sorry, brother. I love you. Now watch Tennessee win. But that one, if that happens, if they beat the Niners and the Niners come into the Colts and beat us, I give up. I give up because I will never live that down as a Colts fan. The Titans beat them and we couldn't, especially as the bad year the Titans have had. But I guess never say never. We're also taking the Cowboys over the Vikings. Miranda is the only one taking the Vikings this week. Upset special?
Yeah.
Very much.
I just don't see Dallas winning. I mean,
in Dallas on Sunday Night Football, so that could be interesting.
No, they always it seems like prime time is their best time to fuck up. So we're always wondering why Dallas is on these primetime games.
Yeah. There you go. That's interesting. And then, of course, rounding out the week, Monday Night Football, Miami Dolphins at the Pittsburgh Steelers. The second sweep, we're all taking the Steelers here. Now, but like I said a while ago, the Dolphins are on a win streak, a 4-game win streak, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
So, but then with no TJ Watt, I don't know how much that'll affect them, but it's still in Pittsburgh. So
they still got Highsmith, they still got Queen, they still got Jake or Jack or whatever. I don't.
Yeah,
I mean, the defense is still that defense, regardless of whether or not TJ's there. Like,
you know what? I gotta, take some shots at Miranda here a little bit because, like, I know I'm a Ravens fan, and then Ravens fans are supposed to be at ends with Steeler fans, but I don't take shots at your team
because you can't.
You don't?
Aaron, my team has hated your team since the beginning of your team because your team was never a freaking team.
Yeah, your team who got so mad that the Colts stole the Ravens or the Baltimore Colts to the Indianapolis, and then the Ravens turned around and then stole the Cleveland Browns to become the new Ravens. So hypocrisy much?
You know what? That was before my time.
I mean, just saying.
Well,
just saying.
Generational hate.
Learn your history.
Yeah,
I'm literally alone when it comes to Ravens fans.
Yeah, you are.
Apparently, I need to move to Baltimore.
Yeah, that's a good place for you.
Man,
would it really be a good place for me? Just saying.
No,
probably not. I don't know if I want to be
honest with you.
No, they probably eat you alive because Baltimore is like the East Coast is the East Coast. So
Yeah.
It's not Utah, that's for sure.
Oh, I'm pretty sure as soon as I step out of my vehicle, I will hear somebody say, "You got a party mouth."
Oh. On that note, I think we're going to move into news and politics. So
that might be in Bloomington, buddy.
Yeah, exactly. But anyway,
yeah, Brandon says it every time we enter Bloomington.
Yeah, it's not Kentucky.
It's not put that narrative out there at all.
No offense to Kentuckians who might be watching, but anyway, just saying. Kentucky makes fun of us, we make fun of them. It's a thing. All right. News and politics. Here we go.
Make America great again.
Welcome to the desert of the real.
And Brandon's gone. He'll be back. But anyway, news and politics this week. It's kind of been a bit of a slow week when it comes to the world of news, but there's still a few things that we talked about here. I got 10 items, and we'll wrap up the show here. First one on the list: note to self: don't use the bathroom on Air Force One while Donald Trump is taking questions from the press. How about that?
You're gonna have to take it easy with that thing. You know, it's a government plane, but I like to take care of it. Hello. Somebody's in there. Come on out.
Just thought of lighten the mood a little bit here to start the section here. So yeah, but anyway, I'm still trying to figure out who that was. Did we ever hear who that was at all? Do you know?
Probably just a staffer that had to pee.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta go. But just like and you know, Trump wasn't mad or anything, but it's just kind of like, you know, of all times to go right when the press has got the camera right on him and all that sort of good stuff for sure. So yeah, so. Does everybody remember Adelita Grijalva, however you say her name, Democrat Congresswoman out of Arizona? This is the same lady who was. The Democrats were trying to say that Republicans were trying to keep the government shutdown going just so the House could not, you know, confirm her to be the new Democrat representative from Arizona there in the House of Representatives. Well, she's got confirmed right after the shutdown ended because obviously that narrative was fake. And she's already making waves and headlines right now as she apparently tried to obstruct an ICE raid. And of course, you know, Democrats like to try to say, oh, ICE is just trying to attack them and all this sort of stuff. But she's legitimately, she was taking clips of what actually happened and trying to tell her supporters that she got shot in the head with a pepper spray ball or whatever it was, like a projectile. And well, apparently the full video shows she was lying through her teeth.
Watch out, watch out.
She's pushing, trying to get in there, yelling. She's blocking traffic.
You guys need to calm down and get out. You need to get out.
They don't need to get out, actually.
You need to get out.
Get out of the way. Stop. You guys need to clear now.
And because she wouldn't leave, they shot, as you can see here at the bottom of your screen, pepper spray pellets at her feet, not her face. But she's going around, again, spouting this narrative that they shot at her, hit her in the face. And, of course, she was doing interviews. And then right afterwards, by the way, had she been shot anywhere near the face with pepper spray, she would not have been able to do said interview. Okay, she'd have been a medical wonder, because that stuff just completely destroys your eyes and all that sort of stuff. So no. Do you have any thoughts on this? Did you see this? And you see her trying to push all this? Just typical Democrat narrative.
Yeah, just
she's not the first representative to do this. She probably won't be the last. But yeah, this is kind of what I was just, like I said, some of this stuff we're scraping the bottom of the barrel this week for sure. But anyway, just typical stuff. They're trying to make ICE out to be the devil when you could clearly see they were just trying to do their jobs and she was in the way. We also got Jasmine Crockett, one of the more, crazy liberals over there on the left in Texas. Who's probably going to be losing her House seat very shortly if Texas redistricting map goes through as planned here. But now she's planning on running for Senate because she's going to be out of her House position. And she's now already put out her first campaign video. And I'm not going to lie, this campaign video, I actually agree with everything that is said here.
How about this new one they have? Their new star, Crockett. How about her? She's the new star of the Democrat Party, Jasmine Crockett. They're in big trouble.
But you have this woman, Crockett. She's a very low IQ person.
I watched her speak the other day. She's definitely a low IQ person. Crockett. Oh, man. Oh, man. She's a very low IQ person.
Somebody said the other day she's one of the leaders of the party. I said, you got to be kidding.
Now they're going to rely on Crockett. Crockett's going to bring them back.
Now, she was asked, why would you run that ad? Because clearly, I don't think that by putting Trump saying all this stuff, I don't think it benefits her one bit. But she's trying to make it sound like she put that in there to show how much that she intimidates Donald Trump. Do you think by listening to any of that, that he's afraid of her at all whatsoever? I mean,
nope.
I don't think she's off to the best start. I'm not gonna lie.
Whoever, she didn't do that video. Whoever did that video though for her
campaign
is a troll.
Yeah. And not to mention, she even stated this week that she doesn't feel like she needs Trump supporter votes in Texas, that Trump won by like 14 points. So I think she might need to rethink said strategy. Otherwise, she's going to get ousted pretty quickly. And she loves to do this whole race baiting stuff when it comes to her, opponents and stuff like that. Going to be hard to do when I believe the front runner to oppose her for the Senate run is going to be a black Republican. So good luck with that. So have fun. But yeah, this is also the same woman who legitimately said, just because someone has committed a crime, it doesn't make them a criminal. That's exactly what that makes them.
Well, that goes back to those students with the football, or in Florida. Mm-hmm. They don't hold each other accountable. Mm-hmm. So they get away with all these crimes. Mm-hmm. Just like the BLM leader for Oklahoma City. Do you have anything on that?
No.
She was giving herself all kinds of money. They're not in it for anybody but themselves. And
yeah, just like the Somalia thing in
I hate
Minnesota right
even
now. Yeah.
Yeah. It's
It's
but we're the
disgusting is what
ones
it
that
is.
are racist
Yeah.
because we
it's
don't want them here freeloading off of everything.
Yeah, it's got nothing to do with race. It's got to do with what they're doing. But yeah, it's a two-tier justice, basically. I mean, Democrats get away with murder, literally in some cases. And then, of course, Republicans go to jail for things that's not even a crime. That's where we're at. And if you think it's not, you need to look into things deeper. You really should, because that's exactly what it is. So yeah, but of course, her campaign video, a lot of people were having fun with it on the internet, so I had to bring this one up. It's kind of funny. Because she's an airhead, but anyhow, so yeah, I mean, people are having some fun with it for sure. We did get some bad news this week, though, at least here for us who live in Indiana. The vote to redistrict Indiana's maps has been voted down. It will not be happening, at least for the 2026 midterm election here. As you can see here, the current boundaries are on the left, where Indianapolis and the Gary area were deep blue, giving 2 blue representatives to the state. The redistricting would have split Indiana into 4 different districts, or Indianapolis into 4 different districts, and Gary more into a red district. And again, you can say this isn't fair all you want. I tend to agree with you in a lot of cases. That's fine. But you know what? If Democrats are allowed to do this, I've been saying this for weeks, Republicans should be allowed to do the same. If not, Democrats we have to redistrict to where it makes it more fair too, but they're not. So I'm very disappointed in Indiana's GOP, especially as they voted. I believe it was 21 out of the 40 members or something like that voted against this. But yeah, so obviously we got a long list of Republicans who basically betrayed the party.
Primaried.
Yeah, and Trump has already said immediately we're going to primary every one of these people. So we'll see how that ends up going, no doubt. But yeah, he was none too pleased about it for sure. So we'll see how that ends up going. But yeah, not a good thing for Indiana. As a matter of fact, there's even some reports out there from, I don't know do you know who Alec Brusowitz is? I've heard the name. Alex, I should say, Brusowitz. He's stating that these 21 Indiana Republicans who killed the redistricting, they did it for campaign cash bribes, as a matter of fact. So if that's the case, that's dirty as all hell. So it wasn't even
I was trying to talk to Grok about this earlier, and he wasn't giving me much, but I bet if we dug far enough, we would find something.
I wouldn't be surprised. And I don't know where he gets all that from. Apparently, it says here 21 Senate Republicans suddenly tanked the plan after State Senate President Roderick Bray, who I know Trump was talking about, Rod Bray, and Cam Savage of Limestone Strategies facilitated campaign cash bribes. Their vote handed Democrats a huge win and stabbed President Trump in the back. So, yeah, I mean, if all that's true, that shouldn't be allowed to happen. Be quite honest. I mean, this is the first time Indiana representatives have flat out turned against Trump, and Trump won this state handily all 3 times. So again, they're not representing the will of the people here. They're just going against Trump. I saw a thing online earlier today, actually, all the, like the bills and stuff that gets codified from executive orders and stuff like this throughout the last 5 or 6 presidencies. And all of them were like in the hundreds. So far this year alone, only 5 have been codified under Trump. It's because rhinos, Republicans, and Democrats are both stonewalling Donald Trump's policies. That's not what the American people voted for. You want to talk about stuff being unconstitutional? That right there should not be allowed. We voted for the president for a reason, and you all are just blocking him, trying to run out the 4-year time span. It's sickening. And this is another one of those instances, in my opinion. So, yeah, we'll see how this ends up going here. But here's the list of 21.
But Eric, he's a felon.
He's not. You got to be sentenced for that, number one. Number two, if you look into the case, and I know you're being facetious and sarcastic or whatever. But yeah, you want to say he's a felon, but I guarantee you, I wouldn't be surprised if those get overturned too. I'm waiting for that. Much like the Georgia election fraud case did too. So, yeah, here's the 21 names of the Indiana representatives who turned their back on the Republicans, and they're probably going to be getting primaried. So we'll see how that goes for them, no doubt. But yeah, definitely disappointed in my state representatives right now. I don't know about you guys. You got any other thoughts on that?
Definitely disappointed. And, you know, it's not about just this election. We've got to clean up our country. Kathy's asking who we think is running next.
Yeah.
We don't need to worry about who's running next because we need to fix the voting system first.
Yeah.
We can't keep using these machines. And if we do, like, okay, so that they were bought by somebody else, maybe they're good now. I don't trust them.
Yeah,
Like,
either
Trump
way,
has
I don't
always
trust
said paper ballots. If you notice my thing tonight, it's free Tina Peters, because Tina Peters is dying in prison over something that she was able to capture. She is the only one out of 3,170 some odd counties in the freaking country. She's the only one that was able to capture an image from these voting machines that prove their case. So they're trying to keep her locked up in a way so she can't testify.
Well, you did hear Trump pardon her this week, right?
Yeah, but it doesn't mean
Okay.
shit because it's a state case.
Oh,
It's not
I got
federal.
you. Gotcha.
Even like the mayor, whoever it is, of Colorado was on Steve Bannon today saying even if Trump went out there himself, he would not release her to him because it's out of his hands. He's not supposed to be able to pardon anybody from state crimes.
And I think that is accurate.
But at the same time, there's a Supreme Court case that we are waiting for the ruling on that could overturn the 2020 election.
I know Trump was talking about this week it might come out.
I said it before when he finally got back in 2025, we're probably not going to have an election in 2028. He'll get it single-handedly because they have to fix 2020.
Yeah, and don't be wrong, I think
he's not going to be done fixing the swamp or draining the, as
not with them stopping him every time.
The sewer, because the swamp can create life and sustain life. It's more like a sewer because it's all full of shit.
Oh yeah. I mean, I'm still not quite sold that he's going to get the third term like you're. I mean, I understand the reasoning, and I'd be getting it, but I don't know.
It's an unprecedented crime, so you're going to have to have an unprecedented cure.
I just don't know, because there's a lot of things like I feel like would be unprecedented and then that need to happen. I agree with you. I just don't know if they're going to allow it because it would just make things worse in their minds. That needs to happen.
They say
I
they
agree.
are corrupt and have been making the rules as they go for years.
Like for instance, if they deport Ilhan Omar, which we're going to, if they were to do that, it's like
if they don't.
Yeah, I mean, if they prove that she married her brother and she's denaturalized and found out she did all these crimes, deport her ass. But the problem by doing that is it's going to cause a uproar. To me, it's like, oh well, you broke the crime or broke the law.
This Tina Peters. So I haven't got to read why, but Colonel Towner thinks that Tina Peters may be that case, maybe the ones that caused the Insurrection Act to be invoked. Our country is going to be at a tipping point that we can't turn back from soon.
Yeah, I agree with that. No doubt about it. So, I mean, I don't know how this is going to go, but when it comes to Kathy's question, though, real quick, just to give her my perspective, who I think is going to be running, she said Republican and Democrat, and she's a one-on-one vote. If I was a betting man right now, I think it's Gavin Newsom versus JD Vance for the presidency. That's just who I think right now, and I pray to God JD Vance wins that if that's the case, because if Gavin Newsom gets in there, you all think Joe Biden was bad. He will be a competent Joe Biden and make it worse.
I'm saying it right here, right now. I'm not going to participate in the 2028 election if that's who our candidates are. Because Gavin Newsom, no, I don't like Gavin Newsom, and I'm not going to participate in another fake election. Like, you can't have this clown world normal shit. I'm not doing it again.
Well, I'm still hopeful that we'll somehow get, voter ID nationwide and all that stuff. But again, they keep blocking Trump the way they are. I'm not so sure he's even going to get that done. And if he doesn't, we're screwed. And I agree with you. So if that don't get done, it's going to be hard to trust it.
If we don't have this fixed by the time we're voting somebody else in, we're fucked.
Yeah, that's why I've been saying I give it 3 years. If 3 years comes at the end, 4 years, but at the end of this 3-year term that's left, I may not even care no more, because if nothing changes, why bother?
And Trump's already out there campaigning for the 2026 primaries. So, like, we have,
He has to.
If we don't win the 2026 primaries, then what? Like, I'm tired of playing this game.
Well, they're just going to try to impeach him if they take the House or the Senate.
But
and they
that's what I'm
already tried to do
saying.
that this week.
There is enough evidence to where these motherfuckers should be arrested.
Yeah.
They should not be walking free. And you've seen, okay, Nancy Pelosi's not going to run again. You know, some of them are going to resign, whatever. Like,
I know.
I'm not going to participate.
There's almost too much to fix for one man to do, and it's unfortunate. And I don't know if we'll ever get it fixed if he doesn't, like I always said. So, but Kathy's like JD Vance, yeah, and that's who I would vote for too in that situation. But we'll just have to wait and see how it goes. There's going to be, like I said, both sides are going to have to run primaries and stuff. Or I mean, sometimes, well, maybe not Republicans, because JD Vance could just step in if that sets up who Trump endorses. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, the Democrats, their leadership is all sorts of crazy. But Gavin is probably the most competent, sleazy liar, and I think he would probably be the one to have the edge, but would not be good. Just look at California. I mean, it would just not be good at all. Speaking of not good, depending on whether you believe her, don't believe her, like her or not, Candace Owens is in the news again basically this week because she basically has now come up and said, regardless of whether or not she stated that she would stop if Erica Kirk asked her to, regardless of what she thinks about conspiracy theory or whatever, looking at investigation into Charlie Kirk's death or whatever. Erica Kirk this week come out and basically said, stop whatever you're doing, because she feels it's detrimental to Turning Point USA, her family, wrong, whatever you might think. Like I said, many people have different opinions on this, so you can think what you want. I'm not telling you what you have to think. But this is Candace Owens talking about how she said she would stop. Erica Kirk asked her to stop, and now Candace Owens is basically saying, I'm not going to stop. So here you go.
No one, and I mean absolutely no one, outside of my husband and Erica Kirk has the power to shut me up right now. That's it. There's nobody that has the capacity to get me to shut up about this except for Erica Kirk. And I will say this, like, I am on this journey to figure out what happened on that day. I'm not going to stop unless Erica Kirk asks me to stop. I said early on, if Erica Kirk asks me to be quiet, I will be quiet.
But when you go after my family, my Turning Point USA family, my Charlie Kirk Show family, when you go after the people that I love, and you're making hundreds and thousands of dollars every single episode, but this is not okay.
It's a no from me, but you know me. I'm just out here saying what needs to be said. We'll be right back after brief message from our sponsors.
So, I mean, again, you could believe what you want about Candace, because I mean, it's just a little like, and we've said it here on the podcast before many times, that I feel that she has to start showing the proof of the things she's alleging over what she believes happens with Charlie Kirk's assassination. She's gone from, Egyptian planes have followed Erica Kirk all around. She's gone to Israel did it, to the French were involved with Macron, to, the U.S. military, and now she's even insinuating Turning Point USA and even Erica Kirk may have had something to do with his death. So a lot of people on the right are starting to push back against Candace Owens now, saying she's just talking crazy. You don't have to believe that. You can think what you want. But that is the situation of the matter. And now Erica Kirk has come out and basically said, stop what you're doing. And she's saying she's not going to. So I don't know what you guys' thoughts on that. I'm sure Miranda's got some thoughts on it, but this is just one of those things I hate to see in the conservative movement, just everybody kind of tearing each other from the inside. It just sucks. So something I usually try to avoid talking here, but it was a big piece of news this week. A lot of chaos happening right now with this. So thoughts?
I've been talking about it for a couple of weeks. Like last week was in the trenches of Twitter trying to conspiracy theory. Miranda always sees it from 1,000 different views. Okay. Now I followed Q. I know that following Q has led me to find out that the wives of these men are very evil. They are bred and conditioned, brainwashed, sexually assaulted, whatever it takes by their family in order to get them to follow suit. Keep it in the family, keep the bloodline going. They're evil and they do weird things. Well, I know Charlie Kirk was finding out some things about another country.
Mm.
And
there were some text messages.
Yeah. And donors were leaving because of this and that. And I think there's a lot more to this story. And if Candace wasn't the only one asking these weird questions, who would be?
Mm-hmm.
And like, it's not just Candace, because Candace is the front, but there are other people looking at all these other little subjects, the plane, I don't believe Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. I'm sorry, I don't. He's in court now.
Mm-hmm.
Jack Posobiec is such a freaking troll. They've let cameras in the courtroom. He posts a video of Tyler talking with his lawyers, and it's like a bad lip reading session.
Mm-hmm.
No idea if that's what was really said in this clip or not, but they're stirring the pot for this boy, this young. I don't think he killed Charlie Kirk. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
If the jury finds that he did, whatever. But
well, and it's one of those things too, because even when the clip didn't show it here, but Erica Kirk was also talking about how she believes in the judicial system, and she says that obviously nobody on this planet would want to know who did this and the details of everything that happened, but more than her. And as his wife, I think she has the right before anybody else to say that. So at the end of the day, whatever justice is dealt out, if she's okay with it, I think that the rest of the world probably just has to, in some respects, do the same. But again, if Candace can prove what she's saying, I'm more willing to hear it. But as of right now, it feels like at times she changes her story or comes up with a new plot twist or something just to continue to get clicks and views potentially. It just feels a little weird. I'm not saying it's not true, but I want to hear more. And it just feels like we never get that. And when confronted about it, sometimes she seems to back off or say, well, I didn't read it that way or whatever it might be.
And
it's weird.
That's the thing, though. She's asking for proof. The whole Turning Point USA offering her to come on for a face-to-face thing. That was weird in of itself.
Because she said, name the time and place when he did. Yeah.
Yeah. But Tim
Pool, she said, oh, I got to have somebody babysit my kid. Yeah.
His property got shot at last weekend,
right? Which brought him into this whole thing.
But nobody can find a police report on that.
Well, he's stating that they haven't, and they've actually released it. So I don't, like I said, I've not seen it, but he's stating that the person who said that they couldn't find it, they called the wrong police department, is what he said. And so I'm not what Tim Pool's telling me, but yeah. So,
but he can't release the footage because it'll give away their location. But what the hell is the sense of having security cameras for? Like, there is a lot of lies going on in this whole freaking story. And
I mean, his explanation makes sense, but yeah, you're right. It's kind of convenient though, right? He can't release.
Yeah, and if the story fits, like if you know all these weird things about the wives, and Erica. Turns out it's true that her family bloodline, like she's got bloodline from Israel. Her family is from Israel. If Charlie Kirk was getting ready to not support them as much as he used to, like, I don't know. I wasn't involved,
Right. No one knows.
A lot of questions. Charlie Kirk was a public figure.
Right.
If she didn't want the public to know who killed her husband.
Yeah.
Like, what was his legacy for then? Who killed him and why? Who put Tyler Robinson up to it? It wasn't just his idea.
If all that is true, I 100% agree with you. On the flip side of that, if what Erica is saying is true, and what Turning Point is saying is true, and the authorities are looking into every lead that they can, because Candace is making it look like they're not looking into it. We don't know what they're looking into and what they're not looking into.
It doesn't seem like they are, because there are.
I know, but they're not going to tell us either until the trial.
There are SD cards that are missing. They're, and it wasn't the FBI that got those. That was Charlie Kirk's security that went up and grabbed them before anything. There's no 911 call. Nobody called 911 from the car to the hospital. The hospital had no idea they were even coming.
Well, situations kind of, but yeah, I see what you're saying. But again, we're not going to see a lot of this, and they're not going to tell you this until the guy's on trial too. If that is all the case.
Well,
I'm just
like
saying,
I said,
if
it started today,
Yeah.
and you can just see that it's off. The whole
yeah, and it is
theatrics of it.
it is very weird because, like I said, if Candace is 100% right, you're absolutely correct. If she's not and she's doing this on purpose, that's evil. So whichever one it is, the truth needs to come out about it. And if it's Candace doing this stuff, she wholeheartedly needs to stop. And if she doesn't, Erica Kirk needs to sue her into oblivion. But again, it depends on what the facts actually are, and we don't know. And we may never know, unfortunately, in a situation.
And we should be okay with that. Like,
no, I agree. Yeah. I mean, it shouldn't be.
It's like if, okay, let's say President Trump didn't survive Butler, and Melania says, "No, I forgive him. Let's just move on."
We still don't know much about that guy. We know more about Tyler Robinson. Yeah, I agree.
People are trying to kill our kind in broad daylight, and we should probably want to know who's putting him up to it.
Yeah, I'm all for asking questions, and if that's all Candace is doing, yeah, I get it. But like I said, at some point, this has got to come to a head somewhere, and it feels like the dam's just breaking, And again, just to kind of go through the comments here, Kathy said, "I don't believe in others, but I do believe in Erica." Looks like she's getting tired there, I guess. And Charlie affected so many people. I am Charlie. So I think we can all agree. We all supported Charlie.
I get it. We weren't Charlie though until Charlie died for most of us.
Yeah.
Most
and
of
that's
us
a shame
didn't really follow Charlie. But then $80 million in t-shirt sales. Selling the t-shirt that her husband died in the day, it's if Candace is making money off of this, so are they.
I mean, she's obviously her viewership has obviously gone up like 100-fold or more. So a lot of people are saying she's doing it for that alone. So I mean, I get the argument there too. So it's just hard to tell. It really is. We're at a place now where until the truth is provable, it's just a bunch of infighting. And I was going to play Tim Pool's response because I guess Candace Owens started to attack him as well, basically insinuating Tim Pool's own brother is the one who was shooting up at the compound, and Tim Pool just went on this very rough rant where a lot of language was involved. I was going to play it, but in the interest of time and not wanting to get like a copyright, or not a copyright, but like a strike for showing very bad language here. But Tim Pool
is on fucking YouTube doing that.
Well, fair enough. Do you want to play
but
it?
you know what? Tim Pool wouldn't say anything about the election being stolen. He wouldn't say anything about the COVID vaccine being fucking a death jab. So Tim Pool only picks and chooses what Tim Pool wants to talk about, so he doesn't lose his Israeli funding.
Well, that's and everybody wants to say everybody takes $7,000 for this is the part. Like, this is why I usually don't mention it, because again, it's just all this infighting. I don't like it, but unfortunately, it is going on.
We have to weed them out, Eric. We can't be friends with everybody. We cannot.
But how are we supposed to? But how are we supposed to weed them out? Like that's my point.
Find out who's lying.
Well, we can't, unfortunately, right in this situation.
But we can't just forget about it. So, like,
well, no, I know. That's why I'm bringing it up.
We're gonna get mad because Candace is talking about it. She's obviously got 100,000 people wanting to know the truth too. Like,
true too.
We're not all saying she's right. We just want to know the truth, and that's not the truth.
And sometimes, though, the truth is the path of least resistance, as it were, Occam's razor type situation too. It's not always the thing that we want to believe is this crazy thing. It's not always that, but sometimes it is. So,
but sometimes it is a kid with a lazy eye that shoots 300 yards away.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. It's like I've said since this whole thing happened. This is probably going to turn into the next JFK. We may never know. And apparently we're going to have to learn to accept that too, because we got no choice, unfortunately. I don't know.
You are such a Debbie Downer.
Well, I'm just trying to point the truth out here, because like I said, I hope the truth comes out. I'm right there with you, but
a lot of times the truth has to be dug for, and
that's true too. That is true. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but yeah. So that's all I got on that particular topic there. The fun stuff, but anyway, this is why a lot of people don't like politics for sure. But I know it's just sad. Kathy's like, we're only showing interest in yeah, exactly. We're only showing interest in the truth. And from that perspective, I totally get it. It's just hard to tell if what Candace is saying is true. If it's not true, that's terrible what she's doing.
Now,
to her
if
and
you
that
look
family.
at enough videos, you're going to look at it and say, well, I don't even think he was shot with a gun. Like, there's different angles, there's different everything.
There's a lot of different theories for sure.
And
yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's whatever you want to think and whatever you want to believe. That is part of what we're talking about here. But yeah, I don't know. It's just crazy. But we'll move on from it because obviously we're not going to get anywhere tonight for sure with that one. But something to keep an eye on. We'll keep an eye on it for sure, and we'll talk about it if something more relevant happens. But yeah, it's just all this stuff is crazy to think about. But yeah, last tab I got here, and then we'll end the show tonight for sure. Let's see here. Okay, so apparently before today's show took place, House Democrats thought they had the proverbial smoking gun yet again, and they apparently released more photographs, supposedly from the Epstein files that are going to be released. Apparently, 95,000 photo dump or whatever just happened, and they put out their favorite ones. The House Democrats did, trying to smear Donald Trump, including the one you see on the bottom left here, which is a picture of a Trump condom, which is worth $4.50, and it says "I'm huge," and so they think that that's proof positive that Trump is a pervert, he's a pedophile, and he needs to go to jail, right? Well, the truth of the matter of that is that was actually sold during the 2016 presidential election as a novelty item and a gag for his presidential election campaign. So this has nothing to do with the Epstein files whatsoever. This is just one of those things that Democrats took a picture of, threw it in with the Epstein batch, which is basically a lot of just pictures of Trump and Epstein. Bill Clinton was involved, basically with Epstein, just like, chilling out at Mar-a-Lago or any of these other different clubs and stuff. So it's not the proverbial smoking gun that they're saying it is, okay? And that's the first example here that dropped today. The second example was this photograph going around right here, saying this is proof positive that Trump was dealing with underage girls and underage women. But when you look into this photograph further, it's actually a photograph taken during the mid-1990s during a Miss Universe pageant after Donald Trump acquired ownership of the organization. You can even see Miss Universe 1996 here on the right. So again, once again, Democrats have nothing on Donald Trump here when it comes to the Epstein files, but they want you to think that they do. So thoughts on this dump that the Democrats released this today, the House Democrats trying to make it look like he's just, well, this is proof, but it's not. So once again, they've got nothing. Thoughts?
I don't understand the constant of doing this. Like, I guess it's for the reminder of the people who follow these stations and follow this news, it's the same argument. I'm not going to say names, but that me and Aaron were talking about on the way home the other day about someone that, we were associated with at work, and the conversation that took place where this person literally says, well, Trump's a criminal. Well, he's a felon. Mm-hmm. And Aaron's response was, no, he's not. He wasn't convicted. And their response to him saying that was, well, you're brainwashed. And it was like, well, this is a fucking point. Like, what are you talking about?
Well, and it's this slightly, not to cut you off, but this slightly goes back a little bit to the Tim Pool stuff or whatever too. If Tim Pool comes out and says, well, this didn't happen because this, and this, and he has documentation from the police department and it's on record that the report was filed and all this stuff, and then he shows proof of that, the other side who wants to just believe it sometimes will just say, well, he's lying. So it's like at some point, it's like, what do you do? And in this case, it's the same thing. It's like, oh, well, there's clearly a picture of him there. Well, but then when you look at, this is before that Jeffrey Epstein was outed as a sexual predator and a criminal and stuff like this, and before Donald Trump turned him into the authorities and kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago. But they want to say, well, that's it. This just proves that Trump was involved. No, not necessarily. So sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, it's not a not necessarily thing. This was literal long before that happened. But then the consequences of what happened afterwards was after he found out, then that all took place. But nobody talks about that. It's always these photos of before that, because that's the only way you can do it. But again, you're talking to a bunch of, in this instance, like people who this is already what they believe, hook, line, like plain and simple. Like they still, no matter what you say in an argument with them or a discussion, I can't even call it an argument because it wasn't an argument. It was literally a conversation that got turned into that. And it was like, all right, But in dealing with people like that who who are already, I'm trying to word this in a way to like who are already like
set in their ideology. Is that a good way to put it?
That's not even it.
Okay. Trying to help you out.
Set in their ideology. It's they drank the Kool-Aid. Like
same thing, kind of.
These news reports like that there's no digging. They're not doing research. They're going off of face value. Whatever that talking box has said, then that's it. Same thing with this Tim Pool thing.
Yeah.
I don't care what. Look, I'm gonna be for real because like when it happened the first time when house got shot up.
Yeah, that happened 3 years ago, by the way. Yeah.
He had no problem releasing the video footage. He had no problem none of that shit. For all you know, that's the same fucking report that he had then that he's showing you now. You have no fucking idea.
Fair. That's fair.
So unless you do the research, you're just going to take what it said at face value, period. And that's what a lot of these people are doing. Just this is what's reported. Leave it at that. Nobody goes any further because it's like, well, the news said it, that's what it is. So then you leave it alone.
It must be true.
So what happened 4 years later when you find out that wasn't the fucking case at all? We can't say that that's not a thing because it has happened. It is literally has happened. So
and most of the time, the news don't reprint the retraction or it's go tell you, oh yeah, by the way, we were wrong. They'll never say that.
No.
It's like these text messages with Erica and having Charlie's phone.
Yeah, that's another interesting.
Candace is saying, you know, she's got text messages saying this, and this, and Erica's like, no, you don't. Well, what? She deleted them from Charlie's phone? Like, how can we trust Erica's not covering for anything?
I mean, Candace could easily be fabricating them text messages, but it's also interesting too that Erica Kirk, again, if she has his phone, granted it's her husband's phone, but shouldn't that belong to like, I don't know, the FBI right now? Like, because that's very vital information.
Yeah.
I mean, you know what I mean? So I get it.
They're not doing the investigation very well. If that's
not very well, maybe. Yeah, that's true. So yeah, it's very fishy all the way across the board on both sides, and that's why
what I'm saying is research. Do your research.
Yeah,
if you
agreed.
Don't take everything you see literally, especially now with the way AI is coming along. Like
that's gonna be worse.
You can find the shitty and the shoddy parts of AI, but that's done by people who don't have a real clue how to do it. Now, the AI that you see, there are times where you get AI images and AI pictures that are
there's
legitimate.
There's a version of this photo floating around that is AI too. The girl that's literally leaning against Trump here has been like AI'd out of it, and it looks bad. You can tell it's fake. I don't know if I can find it or not.
So
yeah,
again,
it's right here. Look,
again,
it looks bad.
Yeah,
like I don't know what it's weird.
But there are some photos and there are some pictures that the AI is so damn good because they're people who know how to navigate that shit, who get it to work the way they want to, who are very good at it, and you will never fucking know. And all they got to do is print a fucking story to go with it, and there you have it.
Yeah, Kathy said, I approve of this video. Yeah, I get it.
Again, you have to start looking at certain things. You have the ability to do the research. If
people
you
just
question
don't do
it, fucking do the research. Take a look. Hell, the Wizard of Oz showed you that much. There's always somebody behind the curtain.
Yeah, exactly. And that movie's how old? You know, and that was before we had all this technology at our fingertips. You know what I mean? It's amazing to me how we've got so much information and knowledge, and in a lot of cases, fake, fabricated garbage too. But we're like more dumb than we ever have been. You know, it's weird.
So I couldn't ever figure out why aren't we brainwashed? It's the only way I can put it without trying to explain it in a technical way, but. Fluoride, pharmaceuticals, heavy metals, like all the things that settle in the body makes you docile, makes you not care. Like depression medicine, that instantly, like you ain't gonna give a shit about anything. And that's what it is. I truly believe. So probably 3 months ago, listening to Alpha's show, and it's like, how do you make people wake up and stop being brainwashed? And they have to get them detoxed. Like taking the fluoride out of the drinking water will help a lot. But I seriously think it's kind of a mental.
It's legitimately like the Matrix. They have to want to unplug and take that red pill, you know, and if they don't, they're going to stay in la la land, stay in the slumber, and just believe the BS.
Their bodies can't process it because they're so full of shit.
Blah.
Like
they're full of they're medicated. Yeah, and it's a shame.
But,
It's
I mean, you got to think about it like in that aspect. Like again, we talk about, you know, generations. Our generation was different in the fact that we grew up in between this real feral generation that was raised by a bunch of psychopaths, and then we got brought up into this in between stage where we were still kind of these feral rabbits running around. Like we drank out of a fucking hose. How many kids do you see outside that do that now? We ran around, we got muddy, we got dirty, we scraped up our knees, we climbed trees, we built fort in the middle of fucking woods. Nobody knew whose woods these were, but we're building a fort in here. Like we stayed out until the street lights came on. No
Safely.
adult supervision.
Yeah.
Like
come home when the street light comes on. Literally.
So we were kind of like this last generation of like real free.
But listen to the
before
like
the
the
internet.
years that it really started happening, it was designed that way. They were taking over since then, bringing the illegals in, like slowly adding more chemicals to our food. Like it's been happening for a very long time, and I am impatient and I want it to all be done now. But at the same time, I'm smart enough to know they are so infiltrated in everything that it's going to take decades probably to fix it all.
And they've been infiltrated long before the invention of the internet even. And just think of all the stuff that, I mean, now in a way the internet's opened a lot of people's eyes to things that's back then you wouldn't have access to, and it just happened, you know.
Like
you
like,
never know.
I was
You go
under-
about your day.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I was under the impression up until very recently that all of this was planned. Like 2016, Trump was supposed to win. 2020, they needed more time to get things rolling. So I really think that they lost, in a sense, on purpose. I don't know, though. Like, I don't know that they knew it was bad. If they knew it was this bad, they did a hell of a job at keeping it from us, because like I thought I knew a lot. But it's,
and then of course, but then you've got, I know you're a supporter of Marjorie Taylor Greene, who literally come out and said there is no 4D chess, there is no plan. Do you think that was more sour grapes, or do you think she's legitimately saying all this stuff is BS? You know,
they are trying to keep the chaos going, not because like if I'm wrong and they didn't know this was coming, like Obama's still walking around free. That shouldn't be.
Yeah, after being referred for indictment earlier this year, and Pam Bondi's not done a thing about it.
Yeah, there's something fishy still going on in that administration, and knowing Susie Wiles is probably a culprit. Like, I don't know. Did Trump really know that in the beginning? He likes to keep his enemies close, but have they set us back with all this?
It just makes you really think that even though we hope that this second time around that he'd weed out those people who would backstab him and all this stuff in his first term, maybe there's more there still than we know. And if that's the case,
maybe
again, what are we actually going to get accomplished?
And that is scary, because they're not there to benefit us. They are there to keep the Soros agenda going, the Black Lives Matter, the Antifa. Yeah.
And if that's the case, there's nothing like you said, elections are just for show at that point then.
Well, Brandon might get mad at me, but these 21 I don't know what I can do locally, but it's hitting home now. Like, I live in Indiana. If I have to get loud locally, I will.
And I don't know what can be done, but yeah.
There's a couple local reporters that I follow on X, and I'll see what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll do
I would definitely be interested to see if that Alec Brusnowick or whatever his report was about being campaign basically bribed. That would, if that ends up being true, they all need to be axed, all of them.
Yeah.
But
well, not only that, but we need to find replacements for them. Like we can't just throw anybody in there.
Right. It's got to be vetted and all that sort of good stuff. Yeah, I'd vote for you.
There you go.
For sure. I don't know if you want the headache though, to be quite honest.
Let's be honest though. I can't be any fucking
You're
worse.
black. They won't tell you no.
Yeah. You're a shoo-in. For cha-ching, he said. But yeah, anyway.
Brandon will have the luck like he does at work. Brandon can say and do anything and nothing happens to him. He doesn't get a write-up, no nothing.
And I told you why. My secret is I've never been somebody I'm not. The person you get in an interview is the person you get working for you. Now, you determine at that interview whether you like that person or not. I'll be damned if I'm changing who I am to benefit you because you don't like a word that I say or the way I say something. I'm too grown for that shit. I'm not a child. You want me to treat you with respect, and you treat me with respect. I give the energy that I get. Plain and simple. I've never changed.
And they probably respect you for that, to be honest with you. And that's probably partially why, because they're just like, okay, he's a straight shooter, at the same time. So, but yeah, you have said some stuff. I'm like, how the hell does he still got a job? That's just me. But that's not the story. For sure. But speaking of someone they're trying to get rid of from a job, apparently I believe this is at least the second motion to file articles of impeachment against Donald Trump was denied yesterday, I believe. It failed 237 to 14. 23, was that right? Yes. 237 to 140. I'm sorry, that was a misprint. And then 23 Democrats even said yes to not, right? Am I reading that right? To not impeach him? I think I'm reading that.
Motion to table.
To table. So yes, to not do it. So yeah. 23 even voted not to. So 140 Democrats voted to impeach him. 47 just voted present because they didn't have the balls to actually put their name on to what.
Honestly, surprised there wasn't any Republicans that voted.
Yeah, you know what? You're right. For sure.
They would have in Indiana probably.
But this is why the midterms are so. This is why the midterms are so important. We've already got certain Democrats like your Al Greens, your Shri Thanadar, or whoever it is already trying to impeach him as it is when it's got no shot. If the Democrats win the House or the Senate, that's all the next 2 years are going to be after 2026. So we've got to win the House and the Senate, which is why the Indiana redistricting is also so important. Because this is if we're just going to play this game of let's impeach him for nothing, it's just we're not going to get anywhere, and it would be just as bad if we were doing that to a Democrat president. You know what I mean?
You know what's funny to me? That they're so gung-ho about wasting time instead of actually doing anything.
Yeah, they don't give a crap.
No one calls them out on that.
Mm-hmm. This is why I believe, honestly, this is why I honestly believe about one of the very few in our entire government who actually gives a damn about anybody in this country is, in fact, Donald Trump.
Yeah, it's weird.
And that is why I just recently heard that this country was not supposed to be a two-party system country. Yeah. Like it is one. And if we need to get to that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a big thing.
I understand the differing of opinions because I think that's needed.
Yeah,
wholeheartedly, I think that's needed.
But
you're one system, one party.
But they're all working together to sow chaos to just keep us occupied while they do whatever the hell they want to do.
Exactly.
It's ridiculous. And this is why a lot of people like Mike does not care because I get it. But I guess something we should maybe kind of at least have some attention to. Apparently, the United States this week seized a sanctioned oil tanker off Venezuela's coast. They completely took control of it. So this is an escalation between Venezuela and the United States. And obviously, Donald Trump has definitely been, and Pete Hegseth over there, Secretary of War, Which, side note, have you noticed how the media doesn't like calling him the Secretary of War or even the Department of War? They just want to call it the Department of Defense, almost like trying to nullify anything Donald Trump does is not actually real. Have you noticed that? You know, it's just word games. But anywho, so yeah, I mean, this is an escalation, which, you know, with the Coke boats and all this stuff. And of course, Trump is now even saying, which I guess they've actually even moved a lot of our, like 30% of the Navy fleet is actually located now off the coast of Venezuela. So this is starting to look more and more like a bad situation.
I will say, for tomorrow's game, I am rooting for Navy.
Oh yeah, I gotcha. That's a good one, for sure. Go Navy. And Gerald Ford is one of our biggest aircraft carriers, is now in the Caribbean. So, yeah. And Donald Trump even said, I believe today during a press meeting there in the Oval Office, that land strikes are not off the table here. So here you go.
If you make that decision,
Well, I don't want to say that, but it's not only land strikes on Venezuela; it's land strikes on horrible people that are bringing in drugs and killing our people. You know, if we were in a war and we lost 300,000 people in a year, because that's what the real number is. It's not 100. You know, you keep hearing 100. And it's a lot worse than that because the families are devastated when they lose their child. If we were in a war and we lost 200,000 or 300,000, but I think it's more than 300,000. And that's a war. That's like a war that would be unparalleled. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. And that's what's happening. So it doesn't necessarily have to be in Venezuela. It's people that are bringing in drugs to our country are targets.
Now, of course, it's going to get, which I think this is absolute garbage, but there's a lot of people who think that Donald Trump is just using the, war on drugs as an excuse to invade Venezuela for its oil, which is, people, they obviously, back in the past have done. But yeah, I honestly think that he's trying to just, and now, of course, if he actually starts shooting at land strikes in Venezuela, there's going to be everybody saying he needs to go through Congress to declare an act of war. But he is under his legal right to actually bomb these drug boats. I don't know about specific land strikes, but we've had drone strikes in the past. You may not absolutely have to do that. I have to look into that further. But but this is looking more and more like we could be actually going to blows with Venezuela. Now, does that necessarily mean it'd be a long war? Probably not. I think Trump could possibly, and the United States military would probably win pretty quickly. But I do find it interesting how Democrats like to say, well, Hexeth and Donald Trump is committing war crimes and all this sort of stuff. But yet here is Joe Biden back in 1989 saying exactly what Donald Trump is basically saying now.
For the first time, we are fighting and losing a war on our own soil. Let's go after the drug lords where they live with an international strike force. There must be no safe haven for these narco-terrorists, and they must know it.
So it's okay for Joe Biden and Democrats to say it back then. And again, the Democrats like Chuck Schumer, who are still in office currently today, are the ones who signed the act making it legal for a president to call strikes on these drug boats and stuff like that. So they're only mad and complaining now. It's because of Trump doing it. It's got nothing to do with the actual law or the legality of it. They just want to whine and bitch and moan, which is what Trump has actually said verbatim. Actually,
they want to brainwash the American people into thinking what Trump is doing is bad, and it is not. He is saving our future from fentanyl overdoses. Like, how is that a bad thing?
It's not. It's only bad because he's doing it.
I said this morning. I said this morning, Trump could come out tomorrow, cure cancer, start world peace, and end world hunger. And I promise you, everybody would have a problem with the fact that he did all three of those things. They would.
I have a right to starve. Damn it. I have a right to cause wars.
That's exactly what we said too.
What the fuck?
It is insane. Look, I don't like Joe Biden. I'm pretty clear on my stance on him over the last 4 years, right? But if he cured cancer, I'd give the man a credit. You know what I mean? Like, if he created world peace, if he didn't allow Afghanistan to keep half of our supplies, if he didn't allow Russia to invade Ukraine, I'd have given the man credit. If he didn't import the world's terrorism into our country, I'd give him credit. But he did those things. Trump gets no credit, man. It don't matter what he does, dude.
That's what I said. It doesn't.
You can argue the legalities of it, whatever happens coming forward, but that stuff needs to be looked into and see what happens. But as of right now, he's not done anything unconstitutional or illegal. So we'll see how this ends up going, but it's kind of scary. We'll see how it goes. Oh, but like I said, I don't feel like Venezuela would be much of a match for the United States. But then again, neither did people think Vietnam would be either. And look how that turned out. So we'll see how it goes. Also, so on some good news, though, to kind of end the show a little bit here, Trump administration has now officially rescued 62,000 migrant kids after Biden lost track of 300,000 of them due to sex trafficking and all that sort of good stuff. Here is Tom Homan, the leader over there at ICE, basically, talking about how, they've now recovered 62,000 children.
I look at the numbers every day. On Friday, I looked at the numbers. There's over 62,000 children found by the Trump administration. Children that weren't even being looked for under the Biden administration. President Trump saved over 62,000 children's lives. Some of these children were in sex trafficking, we found them. Some were in forced labor. Some were being mistreated. I can't even discuss some of the mistreatment we found out about. President Trump, again, proves why he's the greatest president in my lifetime. Over 62,000 children rescued by President Trump. Again, children that were ignored and weren't being looked for under President Biden.
And again, those on the opposite side of this, on the opposite side of Trump, if you want to have the argument, you're just going to say, well, he's lying about this.
Well, no, you know what I say to that? They don't give a shit anyway. They don't give a shit that there are children being brainwashed into thinking they can be the opposite sex they were born. They can be an animal. They don't give a shit about the children. They haven't for a long time.
Mm-hmm. Like Nancy Pelosi is always like, well, we do it for the children. No, you do it for your own selfish ass. You could give a crap about children, quite honestly.
And they're probably, not only do they know about the sex trafficking, they're involved in it.
Oh yeah, they're probably participating. Which is why a lot of Democrat federal judges are trying to block the release of the Epstein files. You can't tell me otherwise. Seriously.
And speaking of Indiana, Mike Pence is one that you could just see it in him. He's evil.
And I wonder if he was involved in that.
That I have heard he has been. And
and the redistricting, I wouldn't be surprised if he,
Well, no, involved in
that
trafficking.
Right.
Yeah. There's shit that, man.
Again,
like I said, no matter what does, it's going to be, they're going to find some way to make it seem like it's less than, or it's null and void. Just not only because to cover up their crimes. That's why they keep pulling up all this other nonsensical bullshit. But again, like, he has done more good in the first year than Joe's did in the 4 that he was in control of. Like, to discredit everything, it's just Trump. I don't even think you can call it Trump deranged syndrome anymore. You just flat out.
You're deranged
hater. They're afraid to be happy. They hate themselves so much that they cannot fathom being happy.
Yeah. Well, and not to get like super religious, and maybe Aaron can back me up on this a little bit here, but the Bible, I don't know the exact wording and everything like that, but the Bible talks about when you pass away, you will all things will be revealed to you, right? Can you just imagine everything that we are not aware of, good and bad, you knowing it all of it laid bare, none of this deception, none of the lies, none of the nothing. It'll all be made aware to everyone. Imagine how that day is going to be like. Oof. Am I correct on that, Aaron?
I won't be as surprised as some of y'all. I can tell you that.
But I believe you will be surprised about something.
I will. I told you already. I know. Yeah. I think I will be. But
we all will be.
They are equal, no way. And nothing surprises me that I've heard so far about them.
Yeah.
It makes me want to throw up. It makes me want to. Probably shouldn't say it on the internet.
Yeah, you can't say that part for sure. But I know
right. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, we got, especially on you. Rumble is not so big a deal. Hey, look at this, by the way. Sarah Slar the Assassin's in the chat. Hey, Dragon, sorry for being late. Hey, no problem, Slar. We just love to have you here. By the way, we missed you the last few weeks. I've been kind of wondering if you were still around. So glad to have you here. So, but we'll be back next week and week after Christmas, just for the next 2 weeks, just so you know. But yeah, good to have you on the show. No doubt about it. We're always happy to have you for sure. Definitely miss seeing you in the chat for sure. So yeah, and last but not least, I thought we'd go over. I know Miranda mentioned a little bit earlier that Donald Trump is kind of on this tour or like doing some rallies. I guess he's starting to do up again. I don't know how many more he's going to do, but probably a bunch going into 2026 midterms. But he's kind of going on.
Maybe he'll do some in Indiana.
Maybe. I know.
We got 21 Republicans. We got a primary. He better.
Yeah, well, I know Donald Trump Jr. wrote on X that he would be spending a lot more time in Indiana after this because he's going to make sure these people get what's coming to them. So there you go. So we'll see him around maybe for sure. yeah, we'll all be trying to go for that one. He's going to be kind of hammering home the issue of affordability because I believe the 2026 midterm election will definitely hinge upon that particular topic. On both sides, whoever wins that fight is going to win the next the midterms for sure, in my opinion. So we've got to start getting it out there. Donald Trump needs to talk about how prices are coming down in a lot of ways. A lot of people don't believe it, but it is just not maybe as quick as some people were thinking. But here's Caroline Leavitt. Apparently, she went toe to toe with Caitlin Collins of CNN in the press room, and here's what Caroline Leavitt had to say about Caitlin Collins and the press not wanting to talk about how everything went up under Biden, but they want to attack everything under Trump, even though it is coming down.
Mixed signals in terms of what that looks like. But on inflation is down from where it was. As measured by the overall CPI, it has slowed to an average 2.5% pace. This is down from what the president inherited. The president inherited 2.9% in January. Today, it's at about 2.5%. So we're trending in the right direction with more to come. And I would remind you, when President Trump left office in his first term, inflation was 1.7%. And the previous administration jacked it up to a record high 9%. So again, in 10 months, the president has clawed us out of this hole. He's kept it low at 2.5%. And we believe that number is going to continue to decline, especially as energy and oil prices continue to decline as well.
It wasn't high under Biden. They're just saying it's not.
Well, nobody reported on it being high under Biden.
Yeah.
My predecessor was standing at this podium, but now you want to ask me a lot of questions about it, which I'm happy to answer. But I will just add, there's a lot more scrutiny on this issue from this press corps than there was. Well, and the previous administration said that too. My predecessor stood up at this podium and she said, inflation doesn't exist. She said the border was secure. And people like you just took her at her word. And those were two utter lies. Everything I'm telling you is the truth backed by real factual data. And you just don't want to report on it because you want to push untrue narratives about the president.
I love her. She's outstanding at her job. I mean,
hold on.
dude.
If you go back like 2 seconds, the way she did you see like the attitude kick in right before like the last couple of things she stated?
Because she was getting pushed back and she's like, nah.
She cocked her head like, bitch, who are you talking to?
Yeah. I mean, do you imagine putting up with these people day in and day out? And you can even hear what she's trying to talk. They're trying to yell and scream at her. Like, because it's not about the truth.
That wasn't happening before, though. There used to be fucking mouses in a church in the last administration when
they hinged on every word Miss, self-proclaimed historical figure had to say, because she's gay, black, and like, who cares?
Reported.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah.
That word's making a comeback, as we talked about last week.
I haven't ever stopped using it.
Yeah,
Well,
I've still used it. I've said it a lot. Like, good work.
Fair enough. Yeah, good.
The funny thing about that word is like nobody's ever said it to a person who's mentally handicapped, right? And it's something that they can't it wasn't their choice to be mentally handicapped. People have only ever used it for people that are acting stupid. They could be better, but they're choosing to be stupid.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Good work. Good work.
Yeah.
It sounds like the autistic people in freaking Somalia. Well, no, I mean Minnesota.
Yeah.
They're not autistic. They're just milking the system.
Yeah.
Which makes them retarded.
More Michigan, New York, California. It's just disgusting. But the one thing that, I mean, obviously Democrats will love to rant and rave right now that affordability is too high, even though it is down. I mean, it's not perfect. Of course it's not. I think all of us would like to see it come down further. but a lot of things have improved, including Democrats do not want to talk about this. Starting in 2026 on January 1st, the big beautiful bill actually takes effect, so to speak, and we start to get some of these benefits here, as Fox News is reporting.
On tips and overtime, there's a max reduction for tips is $25,000. So imagine if you are somebody who uses tips as part of your salary or to make your living, that will have an impact. The senior deduction, you have to be 65 years old. It phases out at $75,000. But again, for people who are saying gas prices, which are lower, but that food prices are higher, that it's hard for them, that might help as well. There's a no tax on car loan interest. Now, that can be helpful, but what might be even more helpful is what they announced last week, which is they're doing away with some of the EPA rules on these car and fuel mileage. That actually will help bring the cost of cars down probably even more. And then a child tax credit expansion. That's very bipartisan. A lot of people like this. A lot of people love to see good economic news, but I would say Josh Holmes, our next guest here. Josh.
So they go on to explain a little more, but yeah, so a lot of this is going to be on your tax returns and stuff like that, your tax benefits, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, Social Security, all that stuff. It'll be on like a deduction. So you're going to start to see some cash coming back your way. It's not maybe happening as fast as some people were hoping for originally, but it does take time for some of this stuff to go into effect after you get it passed to start with. So, and even before then, already Thanksgiving dinner is 25% cheaper than it was under Joe Biden. Prices for eggs, as we talked about many times, is down 79% since Joe Biden, by the way. And of course, come to find out, you kill a bunch of chickens, prices go up. Who knew? National average of gasoline has now dropped below $3 a gallon in the first week of November. This is a little bit old here, but and in September, and as of right now, the current inflation rate is still 2.5. So we're doing a lot better than we were. Can it be better? Of course. You got to give it time. Okay. I mean, like I've said many times,
you should have been paying attention sooner, because we've been trying to tell you there was something wrong.
And the biggest thing was this was all way worse under Joe Biden, but the media were deadly silent. They didn't care because their guy was in office and they didn't give a crap. It's the guy that they hate. No matter how good he's doing bad. That's the end of the story. I mean, I don't know what else I got to say.
What are you going to say, Aaron?
Yeah, sorry.
Well, I was going to say, I don't know what the bill was, but they passed a bill that kind of helps to reduce the cost of medications. So my medication went from like $15 down to 75 cents.
Yeah, it was like what was it, like best pricing across the globe or whatever. So like the cheapest price that's unavailable on the market or whatever we were getting here now or something to that effect. Don't quote me on the verbiage there, but yeah. So you're right. So everybody, a lot of subscriptions prescriptions, not subscriptions, were supposed to go down. So
I wish those subscriptions would come down.
Yeah, those two for sure. I didn't know they got cut that much though, Aaron. That's pretty cool. That's the first person I know I've personally who said so. So that's awesome. Yeah, great news, no doubt about it. So yeah, again, it's just going to take time, guys. It's just going to take time. And I know it's hard to wait and it's hard to get through. But you give it another year and a half, I think we're going to be on the right track. But nobody's going to give them credit for it. No, even if it does happen. Not going to happen. Not at all. And it's just darn frustrating because they're just going to say he's evil, Hitler, orange man bad.
If they're still whining in a year, I think we should just deport them all.
Yeah.
Just go somewhere else. Go to California. Go over there.
Yeah. Well, California's still country. Yeah, I got you.
But it doesn't matter. We can lop it off. It's going to fall off either way. One big earthquake and
big old San Andreas fault. I saw the movie.
Hey, they were in talks to draft a secession clause in there.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, all right, go ahead. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, probably make things better on the rest of us, really, to be quite honest with you. Because, I mean, it's dragging the national gasoline price down. I guarantee that.
China owns their ports. China would take over whatever part they successed in and own them.
Yeah. I mean, they might as well be. Anyway, they rolled out the red carpet for Xi Jinping.
I did hear, speaking of that, sorry. I guess they're going to move the ports inland. Like Nevada area, I think is what Josh was talking about, and get rid of the Chinese on ports.
Oh, nice. But I just kind of find it hypocritical and ironic how they love to talk about, Donald Trump doing this and this or that. But when Xi Jinping comes to California, all the homeless is cleaned up, all the poop is off the street. Gavin Newsom rolls out the red carpet for him. But when Donald Trump just tried to negotiate with Vladimir Putin in Alaska, all hell breaks loose in the media. But no one reported about the Xi Jinping thing.
No.
Period.
No, they rolled out the red carpet for that, man. They had Chinese flags posted all over the buildings, this, that, and the third. But yet Trump decides to do an American Day parade where we show our solidarity as a country, and it's a fucking issue. All of a sudden, he's a goddamn tyrant showing off his
he's like showing off the Third Reich or some crap. It's like, come on, man.
Yeah.
God forbid we have pride in our nation. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know. That's kind of all I got tonight, though. Before we go, though, Slara did say sorry. She was preparing for Christmas. It's taking a lot of my time. Hey, no worries, Slara.
Hey,
we're glad.
Sorry.
You don't have to be here every single week, obviously, but we just do miss you around
Christmas
here.
is Christmas.
Yeah,
get out there and celebrate with your family.
Exactly. Do what you got to do. No doubt. No hard feelings.
No broke like the rest of us because we got kids and they all fucking spoiled. And I'm spending hundreds of dollars on shit, and it don't fucking matter in the long run because I'll probably break it in 2 days. Any day, whatever, Merry Christmas.
Bah humbug is what I gotta say about that.
It's not a little Scrooge-ish or Grinchy, like I don't know, just a little. I mean,
yeah, I'm a regular Scrooge, like freaking. I want to kind of boycott the entirety of this holiday because it's not good for anybody.
Because you garbage, all right? You're not even trash.
You're like Charlie Brown. It's all commercialized and advertising.
Exactly. Hey, Charlie Brown was spitting facts, man.
Linus was spitting facts.
Linus was facts.
And there we're in the same country. Yeah, exactly. God, I need to watch that this year too, so we got to get onto that. So anyway,
dude, that's we were talking about watching some Christmas movies. Like Miranda's never seen A Nightmare Before Christmas.
Me neither.
Want to watch the fucking Grinch movies because like I always love those movies. I want to watch my favorite fucking Christmas movie, which is was it the Christmas Without Santa Claus with the Mr. Heat Miser and that's the old animation.
Is that Frosty?
No, it's along those lines though. It's along those lines. No, it's like it tells the story of like Santa Claus becoming Santa Claus, like where Chris Pringle becomes Santa Claus. It is I love it. Fucking
my favorite
Christmas movie.
My favorite, and I'm sure I'll probably watch it Christmas Eve or something. National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation.
That's a good one too. That's also a good.
That rant he does at the end when he doesn't get his bonus. Mwah. We've all been there.
The first Home Alone movie is also a good Christmas movie. I love that movie.
You know what my favorite Christmas movie is?
Die Hard.
Yeah, there you go.
That's exactly what I was gonna say.
Hey, I just got a message from my dad earlier today. Actually, it was comparing Die Hard and I think Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. And it went through, and I'll have to send it to you. It went through all the different similarities and how it's factually correct that Die Hard actually has more Christmas elements in it than Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer does.
That is hilarious.
So it's like, yeah, say what you want. It's a Christmas movie, y'all.
What's your favorite Christmas movie though? Like, well, you said yours is
Vacation, Christmas Vacation. Yeah.
Mine is the Santa Claus one. I can't remember the actual fucking name of it. I have to look.
I like Tim Allen's Santa Claus, the original, especially. The follow-ups weren't bad, but I like the original. There's a bunch of good. Home Alone 2. I'm still, Home Alone 2. In 30 years, I can't wait for all these old, curmudgeon like liberals still say I won't watch Home Alone 2 because Donald Trump's in it. I still can't wait for that. So,
it was a good movie. Like,
yeah, nothing wrong with the movie. God forbid, But anyway, but yeah. Anybody else got some favorite ones? Miranda,
what's your favorite Christmas movie?
I like the Santa Claus movies and
the one with Tim Allen.
There's so many to choose from too. Aaron?
Polar Express.
Okay.
I've never seen Polar Express.
I don't think I've seen it all the way through.
Solid movie.
Yeah, that's what I've been told. There's a bunch.
What's the one movie? Jingle All the Way.
That's a good one. Schwarzenegger. Yeah. Turbo Man. Like I like when the bomb goes off in the mall and Sinbad goes, "There's some sick people in this world, man. Sick people." He's dead on, by the way.
Man.
Good old Sinbad. I ain't seen Sinbad forever, man. Yeah.
Sinbad's an underrated comedian. You know, he never swore in any of his comedy stand-up specials or comedy at all. And
I didn't know.
nobody knew because he was so good at stand-up. Nobody ever paid attention to it.
Wow, that's crazy, man.
Yeah,
good times, man. I need to watch that one again. I haven't seen that one in years.
Jingle all the way.
Phil Hartman's in that. Yeah,
yeah, all over a toy. Oh,
yeah, all over.
Movie,
hey,
dude.
That's the way it was back in them Cabbage Patch days, though, man. So yeah. Oh,
Brother,
that one.
You remember when Christmas?
Slar said Christmas.
Yeah.
It's is that the Kurt Russell Christmas one? I believe from Netflix. I think I've yet to see that. I think there's at least a couple of them. I think it's the same one I'm thinking of.
Is that the one that does the oh shit? Is there a Christmas Carol? The one with Scrooge. With Scrooge.
Yeah.
I like the one that
yes,
the animated one that Jim Carrey was in. I like that one. I mean, the original.
I don't remember that one. It's either the Muppet Christmas Carol. I like Patrick Stewart. He had a good Christmas Carol movie. There was another one. I think they just said Johnny Depp's about to make one. There was a third or fourth.
Christmas. I love the Muppet Christmas one though. That's another good one for me. The Muppet Christmas. Then again, I was a huge Muppet kind of guy back then. Like Muppets Take Over New York. I love that fucking movie. Oh my gosh! But the Christmas Carol one's a good one too, though.
Oh yeah, you believe it or not, I didn't see that Muppet one, Christmas Carol, till a few years ago. I wasn't even young when I first saw it. Yeah, and I was surprised how much I liked it being older. I was like, wow, this actually was a lot better. And Michael Caine, by the way, plays that as straight as you could get. That movie, you think you could have just went ham on it? No, he played it like a serious actor, and good for him on there too. By the way, so yeah, good stuff. All right, guys. Well, I think that's going to do for us tonight. Going on 4 hours tonight, but definitely a good show, all things considered, always. And of course, we got another show coming to you guys, I believe, next Friday night. Then we'll have the Christmas holiday break, and then of course we'll be back on the first Friday of January, I believe. So we'll look forward to that as always. And hey, if you're finding us for the first time, don't forget to click the like and subscribe button. Don't forget to follow us on our X accounts. Also follow us on Rumble for sure. Doing pretty good numbers over there. Slow to get some followers over there, but our views are definitely higher on Rumble than they are on YouTube because YouTube's algorithm seems to be kind of crap lately. So get it together, YouTube. Seriously, help us out a little bit. Boost us a little bit. You know what I mean? Help us out. We're trying. That'll
never happen.
Yeah, I know, right? That's why most people are going to Rumble now. YouTube
busy boosting. Yeah,
garbage.
Boosting a bunch of just trash.
Just utter trash. So hey, that's why we got Rumble though. Thank goodness for that. And of course, we're on our Facebooks and Twitter, which Facebook for me, I know I had a person last week try to friend me. I'm like, Facebook is no more for people I actually know. If you want to follow me on X. You can find that down below for sure.
That shit was so weird last week. Like that was fucking weird.
That was weird. And like I said, he tried to follow me on. Yeah, we can talk about more of that about that later. But anyway, but don't make up stuff in the comment section, or I will block you. Simple as that. If you want to have an honest conversation, we could do that. But don't start, saying whatever you're doing just to try to cause whatever. So, and Star also said Red One. Great Christmas.
Red One's a good one too. That was the
Rock and Ryan Reynolds. Is that one?
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen that one.
Seen that.
No, Chris Evans.
Chris Evans, thank you. And yeah, my bad. So yeah, that's another one I need to watch. I was recent, so I haven't got around to it yet. But
that's funny.
So
it's also fun.
No doubt about it. All right. Well, it's good to have you back, Slara. Hopefully we'll see you maybe next Friday, and for sure that'd be a lot of fun. No doubt about it. And I guess until next week, guys, we'll just talk to you then. And take care. And as always, God bless and Merry Christmas. Enjoy with your family.
Sure. Merry Christmas.
Later, guys.
Good night.
All right. Bye. If I can find the outro. There we go. Bye.